Welcome to the Planning Committee of BCP Council. Mr. Gerald, do you want to carry on?
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, members of the public, welcome to the Planning Committee. Please, just some housekeeping first, please note that this meeting of the Planning Committee is being audio recorded by the Council for the purposes of publishing on the Council website in due course. Therefore, please could I remind councillors and officers to use their microphones when speaking. The meeting may also be audio recorded and or filmed for live or subsequent broadcast by members of the public, although the chairman has ultimate discretion and may halt any recording or broadcast should he feel that it's disrupting proceedings. Please note that this meeting room is fitted with an induction loop for the benefit of hearing aid users. Hearing aids should be switched to the T setting. There are no scheduled fire alarm tests, so if the alarm does go off, please leave the building by way of the nearest available signed fire exit route and make your way to the front of the Town Hall building. I shall accompany any disabled persons to the refuge area along the corridor to await assistance should it be needed. Please be aware that only those that have registered to speak may do so, and we ask all attendees to avoid disrupting today's proceedings. Finally, please could you ensure mobile phones are switched off or switched to a silent setting for the duration of the meeting. Thank you very much. So moving on to the agenda, first we have apologies for absence. I have received apologies only from Councillor Marion Le Puerdeven. There are no substitute members that I've been made aware of. Declarations of interest. Do any members or officers have any interests appearing on the agenda?
Yes, thank you, Chair. As a member of the public, I wish to declare that I have a season ticket for AFC Bournemouth, but this will not reduce my objectivity in assessing the planning, but I declare it for transparency purposes only. Thank you.
Are there any other declarations? No. Moving on, confirmation of minutes. Could I ask the Chair to sign the minutes of the previous meeting, providing that the committee are content of the accuracy? Members agreed? Thank you. Okay, so in terms of public issues, there are a number of members of the public registered to speak today. They will be able to address the committee on each individual item as we move there. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. First item first of all, let me welcome Councillor Dunlop to the board. It's her first time on this committee, so welcome. And moving on, the first application is for the former Canford Magna Golf Club, and Mr. Gilfillian, I believe is.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, by introduction, I'm James Gilfillian, Senior Planning Officer from the Pool Office. It's also my first time at this planning committee since the merger of the councils and in this room, so bear with me if I forget to press the button on the speaker. Right, turning to the scheme before us. Yeah, as the Chairman said, former Canford Magna Golf Club. There you can see outlined in red the application site on the plans on the screen. Aerial photo showing its use, as I say, as a former golf club with the fairways and the bunkers and water challenges clearly identifiable on the aerial photo. So what we have before us is an application to use that site by AFC Bournemouth as a training academy. Right, by way of context, scene setting and surroundings. Some of you will be familiar with the term SANG, Suitable Alternative Natural Green Space. One such facility has been approved on other parts of the golf course immediately adjacent to the application site. There you can see the outline in red of the approved SANG. That SANG has a car park adjacent to the access way that we shared with the Football Training Academy. And at the previous time this application was being considered, that hadn't been provided. But for those of you familiar with that part of the borough, the Sang is now open, the car park is available for use, and from what I understand is being well used and is proving popular with those that it's designed for. We had a question apparently at Chairman's briefing about site allocation outlined in blue on the site. UE2 is a release from the Greenbelt for a housing scheme, which is actually currently subject to a planning application, but is in the development plan for the Borough of Poole. That is the adopted plan. So putting it in the context of where the proposals are for this application. Those of you familiar with Camford School, it closely abuts the application site. It has its own fairways, greens, as its own golf course, and of course playing pitches, playing fields. Red circle identifies the most significant of the heritage assets, the listed buildings within the school grounds. The thick red line is the edge of the Camford Magna conservation area, and the black circle highlights the approximate position of the proposed building for the academy and the siting of the former golf clubhouse, for those of you who had either used it or visited when we dealt with this application as Borough of Poole previously. So what's been presented there in terms of the text was the assessment from the previous application, concluding that whilst the setting of the outside of the conservation area would change, they'd cause no harm. And that's very much the circumstances that we find with this proposal based on the changes that are before us. Right, as I say, there is already an approved scheme shown there quite clearly, an arrangement of pitches and two main buildings towards the centre of the site, one of which was an indoor pitch, and the other is the academy building where all the day-to-day operation of the management and running of the academy, the classrooms, the changing rooms, the gym facilities, and everything that goes with the provision of this sort of facility was going to be undertaken. Turning to the proposed scheme, you can now see the arrangement of pitches around the site, the access, and the new building in the centre as what we're here to consider today. And looking more specifically now at the buildings, there you have the combined elevation at the top of the proposed academy building with all its changing rooms, staff facilities, the gyms, the meeting rooms, the media, everything that's designed to support the provision and the function of the facility and the academy, and including now the indoor pitch attached to that same building. The CGI gives you a flavour for what it will look like, and then the drawing at the bottom is an image of what we'll class as the front elevation of the main academy building, and there you can see the sweeping roof form rising up to the right of the screen, the southern side, which is the high point that you see in the CGI in the centre image. The red line across the bottom image as plan is the height of the indoor pitch that doesn't show up very clearly on the screen, hence the addition of the red line just to highlight it for you to show that it's marginally higher as a backdrop but attached to the main academy facility. Turning to the other elevations, again you can see the sweeping curve there on the top image and the central CGI image showing the quality, the size, the scale, but the attractiveness of the building that has now been designed. And the bottom image showing again that image, the sweeping roof rather, but cutting through the link between the indoor pitch and the main academy building. Hence why it's not shown, or the indoor pitch isn't shown in that image, which would largely obscure the rest of that elevation had it been shown. Bird's eye view, putting it in context, the sweeping curve of the academy spiralling around the car parking area, containing the parking within the shape of the building. A very attractive, very dynamic, dramatic building, befitting of the proposal. And as I say, previous applications, so putting the two side by side to give you a flavour for the relationship between what's approved and what's now before you. So the indoor pitch has increased in size, but is now attached to the main academy building, reducing the spread of buildings across the site and resulting in the quite dramatic and impressive building that you saw in those other images. Other elements, very, very similar. Other building structures across the site, almost identical to those that have been approved. Slight reconfiguration of some of the pitches, but not of any significance. And that's resulted in some changes to the arrangement of landscaping and additional features of ecological and biodiversity enhancement across the site. Briefly, a comparison of the style of architecture in the building. The top one being the approved building, and the bottom one being the image you've seen already of the entirety of the scheme before you on its south elevation. So you can see it's a larger building, but it's certainly more dramatic and impressive in terms of its architectural style and the introduction or addition, relocation of the indoor pitch, which we'll flick through. There you can see the covered pitch that's approved on the top images, and the current proposal in isolation of the academy building on the bottom, a much more striking and dramatic building to be part of the proposal. We'll just flick back, and then looking at floor plans, this image is merely to draw your attention to the similarity in the fact that it's not a different animal, not a different beast. It's merely reconfiguring the accommodation that's been approved and would be provided by the approved scheme. Lots of changing rooms, classrooms for the various age groups that are going to be accommodated, and all the gym facilities and support and medical care for the professional players in the first team. I was referring to the link and the curving roof or the rising roof. 3 cross sections there. You can see how the top one just being 2 floors. The middle one just shows where the building interacts with the enclosed covered pitch. And then the bottom cross-section just showing how with the additional height that's gained, there is a small area of a 2nd floor providing a bit of additional facilities for the professional players in that part of the building. We looked at that already, but there, by comparison, is the current proposed indoor pitch. It's a larger pitch, full-size pitch, so it results in a larger span and therefore the higher roof, as you can clearly see by comparison to the sort of 3/4 size pitch that was subject to the previous application. Spectator stand, identical, except for some slight reductions in the roof span to that was already approved, but in terms of its provision is very much the same and part of this proposal. Pitches, the idea is to get the pitch surface as close to that of the stadium so the players are used to playing on it, and of course in terms of bringing on the youth players, the younger players, they want them to be used to that kind of quality as soon as they're entering into the club's training regime. Landscape and ecology I referred to earlier, significant a number of trees across the site. You're familiar with using the trees to break up the landscape to create the fairways and the challenges of the golf course. Many of those trees are good specimens because they've been growing on a golf course, but ultimately are of no significance or restriction to the proposals. We see the loss of trees as part of the proposals to lay out much larger playing areas than the fairways, but ultimately the landscape proposals introduce a significant number of additional trees to replace those that are lost. So all of this is taken into consideration in the assessment of the impact on the greenbelt, and this is where the crux of the argument and the case lies. The proposals for outdoor sport are entirely appropriate and clearly what have been approved with the previous scheme. The larger building was already, as part of the previous proposal, considered to be inappropriate development in the greenbelt. Inappropriate development is therefore harmful. However, it can be outweighed by the substantial benefits that are derived from such a scheme. And we took that view with the previous application, that the benefits to the club and the wider conurbation of a successful Premiership club are such that the harm to the greenbelt was overcome, was outweighed. The larger buildings and the reorganisation of the scheme here would not alter that view that the scheme would have impact on the greenbelt and the openness, but those very special circumstances that allow us to support the proposal still exist and are very much outweighing the harm to the openness of the greenbelt. Previously, we went through with the applicant, they took a sequential test approach to identifying this site. Other sites they looked at that time were equally constrained by the greenbelt or AONB, some of which were outside Dorset and the sort of Bournemouth catchment, so considered to be inappropriate to the club to have the facilities that far away and kind of outside what they might be determined to be, their fan catchment base. And so they picked on this site as being the one that met their criteria. We couldn't argue with any of the rationale behind that, and so accepted that the facility could be provided here. Clearly, as I say, we took the view that the indoor pitch and some of the facilities were beyond that needed to provide a training academy or outdoor sport in the greenbelt, but felt that the special circumstances that derived from the scheme was such that the harm to the openness was outweighed, and that's where we find our conclusion on this current scheme. A clearly more dynamic building that's very attractive and befitting of the proposal, and there'd be ultimately no harm to the openness of the greenbelt, leading to the recommendation before you to grant.
Thank you. Do we have representations?
Yes, Chairman. Representations. First from the objector, Marion Pope.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, members. I've headed a campaign, Save the Greenbelt in Poole, for a number of years. The campaign has been supported from time to time by the Dorset branch of the Campaign to Protect Rural England, and also by the MP for Mid Dorset and North Poole, Michael Tomlinson. Michael shares my concerns about the erosion of the South East Dorset Greenbelt and has questioned ministers on a number of occasions in Parliament. In 2016, Michael sent me a letter he'd received from Brendan Lewis MP, then Minister of State for Housing and Planning. The letter sought to allay concerns of MPs for the English constituencies about developments on the Greenbelt. In it, he said, the government has put in place the strongest protections for the Greenbelt. The National Planning Policy Framework makes clear that inappropriate development may be allowed only where very special circumstances exist, and the Greenbelt boundaries should be adjusted only in exceptional circumstances through the local plan process and with the support of local people. It is the government which has the final say on whether very special circumstances exist for development on the Greenbelt, but increasingly it has been reluctant to use its powers of call-in, leaving it to planning authorities to be the final arbiter. In Poole, this has resulted in a large swathe of the Greenbelt at Camford Magna being developed for waste processing installations. This 56-acre fenced and gated football training facility will also, when developed, similarly erode the openness of the Greenbelt. Neither development was approved as part of the local plan process, nor were they supported by local people. It is disingenuous to claim that these sites form part of the Greenbelt. They are enclosed sites which have all the characteristics of brownfield. It might be supposed that after persuading the council that there were urgent and very special circumstances for allowing this inappropriate development on the Greenbelt in 2017, the club would have put the work in train immediately. Instead, it is now, some 18 months later, applied to vary the conditions attached to the original permission. These variations comprise a total gross floor space of 12,991 square metres, a 40% increase on the original. The problem with incremental development such as this is it is impossible to know if this is what the club really wants now and needs, or whether this is just another step towards even more inappropriate development. The Environment Agency objected to the original application because it did not accord with the National Flood Risk Policy, and the flood risk assessment submitted did not address this. The Council's own flooding and coastal erosion risk management team and the project officer for biodiversity have raised concerns about the lack of information on drainage and point out that these concerns were not addressed in the original application. The drainage philosophy statement addresses some of these concerns, but not the major concern about sports pitch drainage. This is to be designed at some point by a specialist, but their report has yet to be published. The Flooding and Coastal Erosion Risk Management team should have the opportunity to consider and comment on it before any permission is given for these variations. Since the original application was approved, planning permission has been granted for 324 houses on land south of Magna Road and a sang link north of the Magna Road. Currently under consideration is an application for 695 houses north of Bearwood and the Magna Business Park south of Magna Road. All these developments will impact on the A341 Knighton Lane junction, which also serves this training facility. And while the case officer states that any future revision of the junction would adequately accommodate traffic from the training facility, that is by no means guaranteed. On the 19th of July, BCP Council Highway Authority said plans for the junction need amendment to give priority to pedestrians and cyclists, and that, and I quote, this should include the Football Academy Sang Access Road. It is important that these amendments are completed before this or any other application is approved, which will impinge on what is increasingly a very complex road junction. This is not about football, still less about the Cherries. I have a T-shirt that bears the legend, "In Eddie we trust." It is an attempt on my part to mitigate damage to our rapidly diminishing greenbelt. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And do we have Mr. Craddock in support?
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon. I am Carl Craddock. I'm a planner with Savills and the applicant's agent. Your officer's report has described the revised training complex clearly, and I'd just like to amplify a few points if I could. Now, the principle of this development is established by the existing planning permission, with first team training pitches on the lower third of the site and the other two-thirds dedicated to the club's academy, in which youngsters from the age of 7 will receive elite coaching and educational support in a secure and well-supervised environment. And this will help to stop local footballing talent being attracted away from the area by better academy facilities at other clubs. Now, the training complex, as already consented, would provide a high-quality facility, but the building layout followed that of the golf club previously on the site. And as a result, in the scheme as consented already, the main entrance would be halfway along the northern elevation and not obvious to visitors. The academy wing of the pavilion would be separated from the academy pitches by a car park. And the covered pitch would be located beyond the end of the visitors' car park in a separate building. And this would require a separate reception area and some duplication of facilities in the main pavilion. And these are facilities for parents, things like that. These compromises can all be addressed by a reconfiguration of the buildings within the same central area of the site, which is what the club is applying for. And in addition, a full-size covered pitch is proposed in line with the recommendations of the Premier League Youth Development Rules, around which the whole scheme is designed. And there are many other football training grounds on Greenbelt sites. Arsenal, Chelsea, Wolves, Sunderland, Stoke, Derby are all examples, and in all cases they have a covered pitch that was deemed to be compatible with Greenbelt policy. And your officer's report concludes that there are very special circumstances to justify a covered pitch in the Greenbelt. By condensing the pavilion building and the covered pitch into a single block, a more compact overall built form is achieved. And this integration helps to screen the covered pitch in wider views, and the openness of the greenbelt would be retained if not actually enhanced. And you can see that where the covered pitch was in the approved proposals is now an open pitch. The site layout is more coherent. Reorienting the main pavilion enables the central main entrance used by visitors to face the site entrance road, promoting rapid visitor orientation and site legibility. And wrapping the main pavilion around the main car park promotes the visual containment of parked vehicles. It also allows direct access and overlooking from the academy wing of the main pavilion, that's the northern part of the curve, to the playing fields to the north. And architecturally, this reconfiguration creates a unique built form with better landscape integration and an enhanced sense of drama and impact for visitors. Now, this building will be seen regularly on television and is hopefully something in which the whole community can take pride. Beyond this, the development represents a major investment by a club with a long track record of using local contractors. As before, the training complex would be a neighbourly development and a low-intensity use. There would be no change in traffic numbers as a result of the revised proposals. And we'd be delighted if the committee could accept the recommendation and approve the planning application. While I'm here, Chair, if I may, to pick up a couple of points from Mrs. Pope. She describes the site as proposed as a brownfield in character. I must rebut that. It would be a very beautifully manicured site. And if you look at the site at present, which is, after all, a closed golf course, that would surely more accurately describe or be described by Mrs. Pope's term. In respect to flooding, there is a condition to deal with that. Most of the site is flood zone 1, so that means it's the lowest level of flood risk. And the flood risk to which the Environment Agency has drawn our attention are two minor places at the very top northeast corner of the playing fields, far from the buildings. And we don't want to exacerbate flood risk. It's a small area, and we would deal with this by condition once the precise levels of that site are known. That's, I think, all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Councillor Brown here?
Thank you, Chair. This application was called in by my ward colleague, Councillor Richard Burton, primarily as it's in a sensitive site within the Greenbelt in North Poole. And as has been made clear, there's been a number of applications in that area. And actually, I spoke previously when this was considered by Borough of Poole in 2018. And I think it's important for the committee to note that planning permission for this development has already been granted in 2018. And the application before you here is for a variation of the design and layout of some of the buildings within the application. Primarily, as the officers made clear, about the combined academy building and the indoor pitch. Having looked through all the details, in many ways the new proposed building is an improved design, one larger building rather than the two separate buildings which were previously approved in 2018. But the key question, I think, for the committee here is around the impact on the Greenbelt. I think it's covered within the report, particularly around paragraph 25, which talks about the National Planning Policy Framework approach to this, that, as it states, the position set by the National Planning Policy Framework still accepts the principle of the use of land and the erection of major buildings and structures as appropriate facilities for outdoor sport, preserving the openness of the Greenbelt and the character of the area. And then it details in paragraphs 26 to 33 the considerations which Poole's Planning Committee previously gave this in terms of the very special circumstances that warranted such a development. So this application for a variation is predominantly around the size of the building that's in front of you and the height of the indoor sports pitch area. As it's now a full-size indoor sports pitch, the roof height is somewhat higher than the previously approved plans. And I think really I think the case was made in 2018 that there is significant benefit for elite sports and for sports and leisure for the local community and for the up-and-coming academy members that warranted such a development. So I'd just say that it's for the committee to consider whether these benefits that were previously substantiated this are still sufficient to outweigh the slightly increased impact on the openness of the greenbelt of the proposed new building and the increased height and increased scale of the new building.
Thank you, Councillor. So, members, we've heard from Marion Pope and Mr. Craddock. I think Councillor Brown summed it up at the end. It's really rather, this is a variation of an existing planning permission, and whether you feel that the extent of the alterations still fit within the fine balance of the special circumstances of building within the green belt. Councillor Bartlett.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, the principle of the development has clearly been established at the previous approval. So I think the question for us to ask is, are the changes, did they introduce any harm that wasn't addressed previously? And the main changes arise, as Councillor Brown has just explained, from the size and height of the indoor playing area and the combination of the academy building. My view is that the development changes introduce a much better building. It is a betterment on the development. It's a very attractive development. But nevertheless, I think it's worth just looking at the height issue of the building, and if the height issue does actually impart any degree of additional harm that was not addressed previously. So I'd like to ask the planning officer about the screening and the trees that would, if there are any changes to the arrangements to the landscaping resulting from the increase in height of the building. But overall, this application does have my support. I think it's a wonderful development, and but I think that point just needs to be clarified. Thank you.
I don't believe there's any active proactive changes to landscape scheme to deal with the larger roof height. The position of the indoor pitch is probably more central to the site and further away from some of the longer distance vantage points anyway. But ultimately the additional height is going to make it more visible from further afield, whether it's the A31 to the north, potentially Magna Road to the south. But over longer distances, far-reaching views where there was still going to be a large degree of intervening landscape. I've put up on the screen now an image that I think I possibly didn't get to in my presentation, but a section there through the site, putting the buildings in the context of the landscape around them. And you can see the sheer size of some of the trees. As I referred to during my presentation, the trees have been allowed to grow in a golf course arena where the pressure on them is a lot less than it might be in a more constrained urban environment. And so they're actually very large trees to the periphery. And that's one of the reasons that the club were attracted to this site in the first place, because of the privacy. I have to say they're almost paranoid about the security and privacy of the training facility. And I think it's been documented in the press, possibly last season, of some spying going on at other clubs. So perhaps it's not without reason that they are concerned. But ultimately, it turned into the pertinence of the question, of course, that the larger building is potentially going to be more visible from vantage points. That is part and parcel of the harm that is caused to the openness of the green belt. But as I say in my report, and as Councillor Brown referred to, the benefits of the overall package would outweigh the harm to the openness in any event.
Thank you. Councillor Trent.
it didn't react when I first pressed it. Yeah, thank you, Chair. As has already been said, this is very much something that's already been permitted in a slightly different form. And personally, I think the building design and the overall, potential ambience of this layout is an improvement on what was already there. It's also, I don't think it can be comparable with, housing or a retail park or something like that. It's nowhere near as intense a development, and in many respects it fits into the ambience of a greenbelt site. The only thing that, and also actually, I think it's quite appropriate being near Camford School, because you've got something which relates loosely to the nearby education facility, so it all seems to fit that way. The only question I've got, actually, because I couldn't see anything in the spiel, is there anything that prevents artificial grass being used on the site? Because I think as far as possible it needs to be kept natural, and was artificial grass ever on the agenda?
Mr. Gilfillan?
All of the pitches will have a woven artificial element within them, which is standard for all, I imagine, all Premiership playing pitches, football stadium pitches. And as I referred to, their desire here is to provide pitches of the same sort of quality, so the players are used to the facility and the run of the ball on the surface. So none of them are 100% artificial. Some of them, most of them, will have a woven artificial element within them to provide the resilience and similarity to the playing surfaces that they'll use in the matches in the stadiums.
Well, I'm not quite sure how semi-artificial works, but I would be concerned if there was anything that, resembled these hideous lawns that you see in the front of people's houses now, which are basically a green sort of nylon carpet or something rather than grass. So, I think it needs to be something which is essentially as close to natural grass as possible, and actually living, rather than sort of something which is totally artificial.
Well, it's not totally artificial. It's majority grass with as I say, woven in with an artificial, so natural grass, woven in with an element of artificial to provide, as I said, the resilience for the regular use and the quality that is used in the stadium pitches. So it is not going to be perhaps the pool table green of the artificial grass that you're seeing in residential properties. But clearly, as I say, the quality of the pitches that they're playing on in the stadiums is being replicated, and imagine that, and that's what's being proposed here.
Councillor Stripley.
Thank you, Chairman. I guess I have a few concerns, not about the changes. I think the proposed building is probably significantly better than the previous one. I don't believe it will be visible generally to the public, either from Magna Road or even if from the A31. It would be a very brief and far glimpse of something in the distance. I do, though, have some concerns about it, and I'm wondering if this gives us an opportunity to maybe correct anything that's been missed. It is possible that at any one time you could have something like 700 or 800 people on that site and using it. You've got 13 pitches plus an indoor pitch, plus staff, trainers, etc., etc. And if they were all in use, that would, at the same time, that would come to a very large number of people. I haven't seen any details of the spectator stands, but there are spectator stands, and it looks to me as though you're looking at about 350 seats. I don't know if there's any standing room in the stands, so I don't know how many spectators. And I haven't really been able to identify where the car parking for all these people are. They're saying there'll be 250-ish, 260 cars, only 2 coaches and 5 minibuses. I think if schools are using them, there are likely to be a lot more coaches than 5. And that brings me to my major concern, because I am familiar with the old golf club that was there. And in fact, this morning, with a colleague, I went to the Canford Sang, which is part way along the access road. And it is a very narrow access road. Now, the golf club, in effect, only had cars attending, and individual cars, and not many at a time. A football club, even though it's training, is somewhat different. So I'm concerned there will be a lot more traffic at times on that access road. It's long and narrow, and I don't believe there are any passing spaces. And today, in fact, there are no traffic lights at the Knighton Road, Magna Road junction, but there was plainly work going on there to deal with that issue. But I am concerned with is the access adequate? Is the parking adequate? And is there any condition to say, because this is a training academy, but at no time in the future will it be open to public football matches where you could get simply hordes of people attempting to turn up. As long as it remains an academy for those in training and not open for public matches, then I don't have too much of a problem with that, but I am still concerned about the general access to the site and so on, the non-standard. I was passing through, sorry, I've seen it in number 10 now, or it's been drawn to my attention. There is a condition on that, so yes, I've actually got it right down there in front of me and I missed it, so I apologise for that. But I am concerned about the number of vehicles that could be on site at any one time, the number of spectators who might be there, and who are they? Are they in effect family and friends of the players only, or is it likely to be open to the public?
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. Of course, this is a variation of planning permission, not a full application in that respect. Mr. Gil.
In all respects, every issue that Councillor Stribley has raised is identical to the previous application that's already been approved. In terms of who might be using it, well, yes, parents, siblings of some of the youth players, the younger children who are playing games there, may well attend to watch their kids play as any would. There will also be, I think, reserve team or some of the like under 17, under 19, the older youth players. Potential likelihood that they will play games here. Hence the provision of the seating area. It's a double-sided, so one single building with a stand on either side or seating area on either side to look out over 2 pitches. You can see an image of it on the screen before you. That's positioned in the centre of the site between 2 pitches. There's certainly not going to be any opportunity for members of the public to attend reserve team games or practice sessions of the professional players. As I referred to earlier, the concern about spying and keeping their training sessions private is of utmost importance to the club. But ultimately, the previous application was approved with all these elements within it. There's a condition number 4 which preserves its use as a training academy only. And at the time of the previous application, we were considering comparing the potential number of vehicle movements generated by the 3 golf courses and driving range that used to be here, as well as the function room facility and capacity of the golf club building, as well as the consented and implemented conversion to a hotel that the golf clubhouse building could also have been finished and used as a hotel. And there were no concerns raised by, well, the members of the committee in approving the scheme and the professional transport officers advising them therein at that time. So with the conditions that we've got imposed and the position we are with the planning history, there's certainly nothing in addition that we can offer you by way of concern or needs answering at this time.
Sorry, if I may just come briefly back. On condition 10, it's saying to incorporate adequate passing space. Now, it is a long, narrow drive. I would suggest that should be spaces. I'm not sure that one would necessarily be adequate, but perhaps I'm content for that to be looked at.
Councillor O'Neill, you.
Thank you. I'd just like to say, first of all, I'm not a great fan of football, so I can take an impartial view, and I don't hold a season ticket to most things. I think the officer's recommendation report is very realistic, so I was pleased to read that. I don't think the changes do facilitate any harm whatsoever. And I would acknowledge there are special circumstances to these changes and this development. I'd also like to add that it's also an acknowledgement of the achievements of the football club and the need to support its continued development. And in addition, it is a beacon to our youth and adds a real and appropriate value to this great area in which we all reside. Therefore, I am supportive of the changes. Thank you.
Are you making a move there, Councillor?
I'd like to make a move, yes, and move this forward.
So are you seconding that, Councillor Bartlett? So we have a move from made by Councillor O'Neill to support the application and seconded by Councillor Bartlett. Okay. Can I ask all those in favour to show? Thank you. The next application for consideration is Milton House, and Mr. Hubbard, I believe you're. Are you? Oh. Miss Allington.
I'm Julie Allington. I'm a planning officer with Bournemouth Borough Council. Sorry, BCP, but I'm based in Bournemouth. So this application is for Milton House. The site is based to the north of Bournemouth Town Centre. It's not too far from the train station, and it's close to good bus routes. It's in an urban area. The area is characterised by large detached properties, particularly on Wellington Road. They originally would have been large villa houses within spacious plots. A number of these have now been redeveloped or converted to blocks of flats. It's a corner location between Wellington Road and Milton Road. You can see there's a lot of trees in the area, and the site itself is well screened. The trees at the rear of the site have tree preservation order. This is the frontage to Wellington Road. You can see there's large, thick hedges to the frontage, and these photos show you the site to Milton Road, where it's a combination of fence and hedges. The proposal includes widening the access there and a dropped curb to provide access for bin collections. At the front of the property, there's an area of open space. This is proposed to be used for amenity space for the residents of the property. At the rear, there's another area of amenity space which would be used for clothes drying only, and that's set out in the management plan. There's existing parking for 4 cars on the site, which would remain as part of the proposal. The existing garage building would be converted to provide a cycle store and buggy store. So the proposal is to convert the existing property, which has historically been used as a children's home, to a large HMO, which would be used for housing homeless families within the conurbation. The main issues that have arisen from local residents, we've had 38 letters of objection, are concerns relating to the use and potential antisocial behaviour. There are some HMOs within the area. There are 5 within the 100-metre area, and there have been historic problems with drug dealing, and the police have also said that it is a bit of a crime hotspot here, so I can understand the concerns from the residents. The police original comments also shared these concerns, but I had a meeting with the police and the housing team. The housing team talked about the management of the property, and they've updated the management plan, which you will have a copy of, which came around with the update. And the police have now said that they're satisfied that the allocation of rooms, the management of the property, including the additional security checks during the night and at weekends, and the existing existing sites and the record that they have with those, that they're satisfied that the property would be managed in a way that wouldn't be harmful to the local area. It's also worth pointing out that this, although this is an HMO, it is specifically for families who are homeless. It's very different from other HMOs where you have single persons, quite often don't have jobs, and they're not managed in the same way. So while I was assessing this, the management of the property was very important to me. It is a balanced decision for that reason. And I consider that the management plan that was submitted, and the details of that, in my mind, would mean that it would be managed in such a way that it wouldn't be harmful to the neighbouring residents.
Thank you. We have 2 people speaking in objection, Mr. Merritt and Mr. Sessions. Do you want to come forward? You have 5 minutes altogether, so 2.5 each. Yeah, well, it's close to, yeah.
Is that one there, is it? Fine. Good afternoon, everybody. First and foremost, we are objecting with relation to this development because of the position of where the property is. We're not objecting to the council's attempts to house homeless people, and we do obviously applaud the efforts that they are currently undertaking to do that. The main objections that we have with this particular proposal, with the impact of residents in the area, we feel that it's not suitable for attended use because it's out of keeping within the area. Most of Wellington Road, for those that have travelled up and down Wellington Road now, the properties are modern apartment blocks. This particular property, I guess must be nearly 100 years old now. It was formerly a C2 children's home, and it hasn't been occupied for 2 years. The building as it is right now is decrepit. It's approaching semi-dereliction, and there has been no maintenance on the larger trees on the site for 40 years. My particular opinion on this is the site, as it stands right now, is an eyesore and it is primed for redevelopment. And one of the biggest things that I was surprised about is when the children's home closed 2 years ago, I'm surprised the council didn't sell it on for redevelopment to make sure that the site is in keeping with the rest of the developments in Wellington Road. Another problem that we feel will probably emerge, the level of supervision of the families which has been proposed. The current plan is insufficient. Most of them will be probably managed through office hours, which really it should be 24/7. When the building was used as a children's home, we did have quite a few social problems with the difficulties with some of the children who were living there. To be fair, in some cases the police were there on a regular basis to try and solve the disturbance. And we are strongly concerned with the late night disturbance during the hours where there's no supervision. That's one of our concerns based on the difficulties that we've had when it was a children's home. Apparently alcohol and drugs are not allowed on the premises. Concerns that this could take place on our property, along with problems we already have with drug users and dealers in the area. That's really all I have to say on that, having had experience of some of the problems within the children's home when it was there. Thank you.
Hi. I want to reiterate really what Rod said, and also a couple of things regarding parking. The proposal is for 14 units, and it's got 38 beds in, plus staff, and there's we're saying for 4 parking spaces. Although it's been put forward the way it's been calculated, what I'd like to also say is the street parking around there is horrendous, due to the fact that we've got the train station and the commuters will drop off at 7:30, etc. To take away another parking space will take it to 5 spaces on that side of Milton Road. So I don't feel that there is going to be enough parking space for them. The over-concentration regarding the HMOs in the area, like it was said earlier on, within the 100-yard radius, there are 5, and we've had quite a lot of trouble with them. This has all been logged with the police as well, hasn't it? Mm-hmm. And also regarding the staffing up till 4 o'clock and nothing at the weekends, and also giving us 1 hour for somebody to come out, I feel is inadequate, especially where children are concerned. The facilities in the gardens, I think you saw on the screen, it's very small. The amenities for the children just seem unfair, especially because they're trying to make a new start in life. Directly next to the children's play area, so to speak, is going to be the designated smoking area, which I think is shocking. It's not exactly a great example, and it's overlooked by both the blocks of flats each side, so children will be able to be watched or anything like that, which is not preferable. The main crux of it is the cost involved for the council, surely, to put a property like this that needs so much work done to it, to bring it up to regulation, opposed to perhaps, if they could sell the property, build a property in an area that would be correct for the children, not on a busy road. Would it not be preferable? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have Colette Riggs.
Yeah, sure.
Speaking for the applicant. Again, you have 5 minutes to...
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Local authority housing in England have a duty to secure temporary accommodation for homeless households with dependent children who approach for assistance. Households might be placed in temporary accommodation pending the completion of inquiries into a homeless application. We do use a range of options, obviously, the most being controversial is bed and breakfast, and the guidance states that the use of B&B accommodation should be avoided where possible and should only cater for very short-term stays. In 2002, the government made a commitment to ensure that by March 2004, no family with children would live in a B&B except in an emergency and for no more than 6 weeks. Locally, various initiatives have been pursued to try to limit the use of B&B, and wherever possible, the council strive to avoid using this option. However, due to large numbers of presentations across the BCP conurbation, this is very challenging. The recent Homelessness Reduction Act can potentially give families longer periods in temporary accommodation, causing an increase of numbers in bed and breakfast, waiting for a housing option or a hostel vacancy to arise. By way of a snapshot, from September 2018 to September 2019, BCP placed 265 families into B&B for an average of 32 nights before alternative arrangements became available. The cost of bed and breakfast for a family ranges between £60 to £100 per night. At the end of September 2019, BCP Council were accommodating 16 families in bed and breakfast. One of the most effective forms of alternative temporary accommodation is the provision of family hostels. This type of housing enables families to continue with their day-to-day routines, working lives, and maintaining school attendance for the children while securing a more settled accommodation. With over 15 years of experience of directly managing hostels, the council currently have 2 facilities which provide 35 bedrooms across Bournemouth. There is a dedicated team of housing and resettlement officers managing and supporting the families on site. Both facilities are well managed and have been very successful in providing a safe and secure environment for families in their time of need. They are very settled in their local communities, and in 15 years we have had 1 complaint raised with the community enforcement team on one of our hostels on an incident that happened one evening, and that was settled and closed within 24 hours. In that time we've housed over 3,000 families. Milton House has been identified as a suitable property to be refurbished to provide this much-needed type of housing for families and contribute towards reducing costs of the local authority in respect of bed and breakfast and housing benefit costs. It is proposed that the property will contain 14 family bedrooms and occupants will share kitchen, bathroom, dining and outdoor amenity facilities. All potential occupants complete an interim placement form and a risk assessed as consideration for the placement of the property. Only suitable applicants will be placed, and we will scrutinise these risk assessment forms. If suitable applicants require any additional support, then we will refer the clients to the relevant supporting agencies. Each family will be provided with a licence agreement detailing their terms and conditions of their occupancy of the property. The licence sets out the rules of occupancy, and the housing management will manage the family's residency in lines with the licence. We manage this very effectively, and any issues will be dealt with swiftly and robustly. We not only plan for the effect on the local neighbourhood, but also the current residents. Just because the families are currently homeless, it does not mean the children have to experience anything untoward that they wouldn't have to do in their own homes just because they're living in a community living. Bad behaviour will not be expected on any level, and we always maintain high standards, particularly for the children we are accommodating. CCTV is fitted with and without the property and used for the purpose of prevention and detection of crime. And there's appropriate key fobs, which all the families have and all the staff have, and nobody else would have any access to these. Nobody else is allowed on the property other than professionals. They're not allowed visitors, no overnight guests. It's just the families that will be present that are in the application. Other than the housing management officers, the council also employs a security company to undertake regular routine patrol visits to any of its temporary accommodation sites, as well as operating a call service 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. As part of the regular routine, it's proposed that the security company will visit between 4 to 5 times per day during the out-of-hours period, which is 4:30 till 9 a.m. Monday to Friday, and 4 to 5 times per day at weekends. These routines will be conducted at random times and intervals, and the frequencies of visits will be monitored and adjusted accordingly. 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, a manager is on call and will be on site within 20 minutes if there was any issues outside of these hours. We appreciate that everyone has the right to peacefully enjoy their home and feel safe in their neighbourhood, and we understand the concerns of the local community. However, please be assured we are very experienced at managing hostels, very proactive in dealing with any issues, and our aim is to make sure there is no effect on the community in any way. Milton House currently has a very good overall structure. It's not derelict, it just needs to have some refurbishment, which would be very cost effective. All our council properties are maintained to a very good standard. Landscaping improvement is subject to obviously consent, and all our parking does comply with SPD. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. There is no ward councillor here, is there? No? Okay. I'll hand over to members. Councillor Kelsey.
Thank you, Chairman. And I am a ward councillor for this particular ward. And I find myself in total agreement with the two objecting members from my ward on this. Springbourne is a ward that already has an overwhelming amount of hostel type accommodation and HMOs. As we heard from the deputies, there are two HMOs just around the corner from this, not more than probably 150, 200 yards, both of which are constantly having the police call to deal with drug problems, theft problems, and other antisocial behaviour problems. Putting families in here that are already vulnerable by the pure fact that they are already homeless and suffering is not good for them. The children who will want to play in the front garden, which in my opinion is absolutely ludicrous because Wellington Road is such a busy road. You have a very active ambulance station not more than 150 yards from it. So putting children to play in the front garden to me is ridiculous. You wouldn't put your own children in there if you were on a main road. And having these other people that are of antisocial nature living just around the corner leaves these kids open to more access to them, which in my opinion is not good for their upbringing, and it's not good for already vulnerable families. As pointed out, Wellington Road is made up by many, many new flat developments. There are very few of the original buildings left in Wellington Road. This would have been a site that could have been demolished, rebuilt, gaining the council far more funding to enable them to develop other sites in a more appropriate area. So I'm afraid, Mr. Chairman, I will not be supporting this application.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. I couldn't disagree more with my colleague, Councillor Kelsey, on this. It's not good for children to be in bed and breakfast for weeks on end. The benefit here is it's not an HMO, and very often you get the sort of problems that have been described with an HMO. But here we've got a council-managed facility which provides a much better environment than you might expect from an HMO of the type that's been described by Councillor Kelsey. You've got security, and also the opportunity to improve the look of the building. It does look run down. It hasn't been maintained adequately in the interim period that hasn't been used. So this provides a good opportunity to make it look a bit better, smarten the building up a bit, which will be to the advantage of the neighbourhood. But significantly, the arrangements for management are fairly detailed. You can see quite clearly that this is going to be a professionally managed facility. In terms of its cost effectiveness, putting families in bed and breakfast is a huge drain on a taxpayer. And whilst it might appear that this could be a better development if it was knocked down and turned into flats or whatever, actually it might not necessarily produce the kind of savings that putting families in here would produce if the alternative is to put them into bed and breakfast. The costs are absolutely huge for a family, thousands of pounds a week for one family. It doesn't take very long to actually accrue sufficient savings to balance off the cost of maintaining a building like this. So looking at its location, it's reasonably separated from the neighbouring properties. It's got some fairly high bushes and things around. It's fairly private. I believe it can be secure. And I think there is a genuine need to house families in this kind of accommodation, albeit for a short period, rather than put them into bed and breakfast, which has this horrendous cost associated to it. But from the planning aspects of this, I think, as I've said, it's the alternative could be an HMO of the type that's being described by Councillor Kelsey. What you've got here is not that. It is a professionally managed hostel managed by the council with all the requisite arrangements put in place to make sure that it's not going to place the families at risk or indeed the neighbours. So this application has my 100% support.
Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. I find it quite unusual to actually hear comments such as this is an original building and not in keeping with the area. That's totally an about face to what I normally hear when you've got a redevelopment coming up on site. There are aspects of it that in an ideal world would worry me. If this was being done as a purely commercial housing development using this building, then 4 car parking spaces would worry me a lot. I do think it's sort of exceptional circumstances when you're dealing with people halfway between being homeless and being housed, and I think it's that aspect of it that I think ought to reassure people who are worried about the way it's conducted, because anybody who's living there who basically wants public or council or housing association house, the last thing they're going to do is to play up and cause problems. Otherwise, they're going to lose their right to move on to something more permanent, or end up in certain places under certain landlords in certain parts of the conurbation that are far less desirable. So whilst I'm a little bit concerned about the 4 to 14 car parking spaces, there does seem to be a fair amount of on-road parking in this area, and so I would marginally accept it, but as I say, that is an area of concern that would, for 4 spaces for 14 flats, cause problems with other potential developments in the area.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. I do have some sympathy with the residents who've spoken and obviously know the area well. But how I viewed this application is that it's actually quite a significant improvement, both in terms of the fact that the property will now be occupied, it'll be renovated, but also the use is now going to be a managed facility of families rather than individual children. So the level of antisocial behaviour should actually be significantly improved, and I don't say that lightly. There's an evidence base there. Our officer who presented in support of the application said there's been one issue in 15 years with several thousands of families. So I actually think this is a significant improvement on what's there currently. I do think if there was a development here, there's just as much chance. I agree completely with Councillor Bartlett's point that this would actually be development as an HMO, but that's irrelevant because, and as my colleagues are well aware, we're not supposed to be discussing whether what could or should be there. We're supposed to be discussing what's in front of us, and what's in front of us, I can't find any planning reason to speak against. And even going further than that, we started off this by saying families who are homeless. Families who are homeless. That's not a light, sentence or a light topic. Absolutely, this is better accommodation with excellent offices in a managed facility that is 100% better than families being forced to live in bed and breakfast accommodation. It's better for us financially as a council, but aside from that, this is an improvement on what these families will be, currently subjected to. You might tell I'm, incredibly passionate about, temporary accommodation of families because it's such an important stepping stone for these families getting into something more permanent. I fully support this application. I'd take the opportunity to commend our officers who are obviously, in the 2 other facilities they're running, obviously doing a fantastic job, and their record speaks for itself. So I'm very pleased to support this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dunlop.
Thank you, Chairman. I think most people in the room cannot imagine the worry of potentially not having a home, but anyone that's got children will know that what they need is calm, security and stability. And I have concerns about this location, and until very recently I lived in Springbourne, and this particular location I don't think is conducive to family life. It's quite transient. There are significant problems in the area, including begging, drugs, quite aggressive begging, and we have a number of antisocial behaviour problems. And I do understand what my colleagues are saying, but I really think that we could do better for homeless families, and I'm afraid I do agree with Councillor Kelsey. I think we're missing an opportunity to find somewhere that would provide a nicer environment for families. I don't think the location is right. I think it is right for something else, and there is an opportunity in finding a better location, which I think will be better for families, for children who need that stability and security. And I'm reluctant to say that I don't feel I can support the application at the moment, and we should be looking for something better. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I found myself quite torn on this one early on in this debate. As someone who has worked for the homelessness charity shelter in Bournemouth, and I have seen the trouble that a lot of these families go through, I did find myself sympathising quite strongly with the local residents who spoke so eloquently earlier. However, I think the fact that this is families has tilted me into supporting this application, because having seen not just the fact that families have to stay in B&Bs when other accommodation cannot be found for them, I've also seen the state of some of these B&Bs, and I think that worsens it even further. And I think this is a vital step that is needed. I believe it is far from perfect, but I do believe that it is needed here and now, more of this kind of accommodation for local homeless families, and I think I will have to support this application.
Councillor Davies.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I think there's within this room, I've probably got more experience of here than anyone else, because for 20 years, for a long period of time, I had responsibility as the Cabinet Member for Education and Children's Services, and also I used to have to inspect it for many, many years, once a month. And I'm in total agreement with what Councillor Kelsey is saying. That the problems around it are just unbelievable. You know, we had very vulnerable young children in there, and to see some of the problems that were concerned, the amount of time that the police had to spend actually searching where people would go and attract them. Certainly the worry that drugs were around and being on offer. And I think there's, you know, I agree with Councillor Kelsey that for him say, I really would want to see people have a home, but for heaven's sake, I think if you're talking about children in that area, it really is really the wrong area for it. And I'm in total agreement with what the residents said about it. So like Councillor Kelsey, I couldn't support it.
Councillor Bartlett.
Seems we have conflict of views on this one, but I would just like to comment to Councillor
Day.
Senior moment there, I'm afraid. But of course, these are families. You know, there will be parents there. They will be looked after. You know, to say that children can't live in this particular area of the town is a sad indictment on the whole area, because there are children with parents living next door and along the street and all around this particular. So to argue that it's not a safe place for them, well, it's not safe for any family that goes in this particular accommodation. It's not safe for any of them in the area. So I can understand the situation maybe on the historical use of the building, but this is a completely different use of the building, a completely different set of circumstances, which aren't really comparable in my view. I think we also have to realise this is a building which has been empty for 2 years. It puts a big building into very useful use, which the council believe is appropriate, and they are professional people. They understand that this building is appropriate for this use. It will be professionally managed. The people that live in there will be looked after. The council would not be placing families in a place that would put them at risk. So, you know, we've got to give some credibility to the professionalism of our officers in making this decision. I personally believe that this is a scheme that should be supported. We clearly have got a difference in views. Unless anybody who wants to speak, I'm going to propose that this is granted.
Councillor Stribley, did you want to say?
Thanks, Chairman. I had indicated to speak, but I don't have anything much different to add, except for the parking issues. And I do believe that 4 parking spaces are totally inadequate. Families become homeless for many reasons. Frequently, even if it was beyond their control, they are called intentionally homeless, perhaps because they haven't been able to keep up with their rent in their previous accommodation or whatever. Sorry, when you finish. So they are in difficulties, but often they will have an old car or a van or whatever that they will pile the kids and the remnants of their belongings in. And you do need somewhere to park them. I agree with all the other arguments in favour of this application. I wish the management of the site would be somebody on site for longer than is proposed, because I think actually they probably need more support at weekends and into the evenings than they do perhaps through the middle of the day. But we're looking about supporting rather than looking after people, because hopefully they will look after themselves. They are families in crisis for whatever reason, whether it was in their control or not, and hopefully on the move to better. It has been used as a children's hostel for many years, so saying it's inappropriate for children is a bit difficult one to argue at that point. But I'm quite sure you will need more than 4 parking spaces. One will be occupied by staff, presumably, throughout the day. So you're saying 3 parking spaces for 14 families in there? Doesn't seem reasonable or logical to me. I suspect you might need 10 or 12 parking spaces, but whether they can be squeezed in. But beyond that, I accept that the building is appropriate. It is for temporary use. It's to give somebody safe haven until they find better and more permanent accommodation. They are constrained by the licence they have to sign. On one part it said on the licence somewhere it says if they break the licence they can be removed. I read it there. I would have thought that should be that they will be moved if there's a serious breach of their conditions. But beyond that, I think the need is there. I accept it's not ideal within 100 yards of 5 other HMOs, but I would argue it's those HMOs that would cause the problem rather than this property.
Thank you. Did you want to come back on the parking issue?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. The proposal was assessed by the Highways Officer, and our SBD is very clear about the requirements for this type of use. And the requirements as calculated for 21 habitable rooms, obviously there's 14 families, would be 3.78 spaces. So the parking does meet the SPD. I think it's also worth noting, having spoken with the housing teams about the other sites that the council operates at the moment, Morell House, which is on Pool Lane, recently had a planning application approved to increase the number of families from 17 to 28 rooms. As part of that process, the Highways Officer requested a parking survey be carried out because there are only 4 spaces on that site, one of which is used for staff. And the parking survey caused no concern, and so the application was approved with no additional parking for the additional rooms. And another property on Oxford Road, which is in the town centre of Bournemouth, has only 1 space, which is used by staff, and there are 7 houses accommodated within that building, and I'm not aware that there have been any problems with that one either. When I spoke to the housing team, they said some families have cars, but actually quite a few of them don't. Obviously, you can't say at any one time how many will, but there is on-street parking around the area, and whilst I understand concerns from residents, that it has been assessed, it meets the SPD, and the highways officer isn't concerned about the number.
Chairman,
Thank you.
If I could come back on that, I accept it meets the SPD, and as a committee we probably can't do anything about it. With respect, I'm not sure that the highways officer is that aware of the pressure on parking in HMOs, which has always fluctuated from very little to quite a lot right across the borough. But having said that, we have a similar development in Poole, and I'm not sure how many parking spaces it has, and I'm not aware that it's ever caused a problem to the neighbours. So.
Thank you. Councillor McCormack.
Yeah, I just want to say I think this is a big step in the right direction in terms of helping homeless families. Down in my ward in Grange, I work very closely with the housing officers down there. I understand the pressures that they're under to basically deliver, and getting some of these families out of B&Bs and into something like this is a huge step in the right direction. In terms of the parking issues, I think if this was a residential development, you'd be using the tilted balance approach. And if you look at the need for these sort of developments, and then you take the highways issues and try and weigh them up, I think the need for this is way outweighs any of the parking issues that seem to be apparent. So that's all I really wanted to say on that. Thanks.
Councillor Kelsey.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate all the views that the other members have put, and myself, and I'm sure the other residents from that area, we all agree that these children and families need to go somewhere, and B&Bs is not the right place for them to go, but nor is here. I'm going back to look at a school's provision. Where are all these children going to go to school? If they're homeless, they've no doubt been going to schools in different parts of the area. How are they going to get to school? Do these parents have cars? If so, where are they going to park? You've said there's only 4 parking spaces. The nearest school is Malmesbury Park School, which is full. It's in my ward. I know it's full, so there's no spaces there for these people to go to. So which schools are they going to go to? And if this is such a great thing, why, in the management plan, is there a curfew after 10 o'clock? They're not prisoners, they're families. What sort of family life is that leading to if you need to inflict a curfew of 10 o'clock? That's all I've got to say, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Miller.
Thank you. I think Councillor Kelsey point about the schools is actually really important, because this is a large factor about here. By providing some semi-permanent accommodation, what actually happens in practice is these kids are able to go to the existing schools that they already are at, so they don't face disruption. Taking a kid out of a school, if you have to be put in bed and breakfast accommodation, we've got when I was a councillor on the Isle of Wight, we had significant experience of high levels of bed and breakfast accommodation in family housing. And one of the biggest disruptive factors is exactly Councillor Kelsey's point, taking them out of the schools they're in, because you have to move them somewhere. So this is exactly why I think we should be doing this. Chair, I think you have a proposal and a seconder for this to go to the vote. If not, I propose it, and I hope we can do the right thing for these families who are homeless.
I just asked the officer to comment. The highways officer would like to comment.
Just before he does, the intention is that the families that are accommodated here would carry on with their lives as far as possible as normal, and the children would still attend their existing schools, because it is only supposed to be for a temporary period, just short term.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Sanoba Khan. I'm the DC officer for the Bournemouth Council, or BCP Bournemouth section. Just to clarify on certain points made by the Councillor Stribri. The SPD is the basis by which we operate and assess any applications. and they are the benchmark, and this application certainly meets that benchmark. Now, with HMOs, they are a sort of a class of use which is very difficult to quantify in terms of parking requirements, ownership, car movements associated with HMOs for the very nature of the users. It's very difficult to establish, but there is a census data that the council has used in terms of coming to the benchmark figures. So that takes into account staff use, visitors, and actual people who use the development. So based on that is what any highway officer would give their recommendation based on. In terms of other questions with regards to schools and travel, I think that would be something that the housing colleagues would have to take into consideration about transporting children. They may be bused or whatever, but clearly that doesn't take that into account in terms of our assessment. So there's not really anything further we can add in terms of the highway side, that the development does meet the standard, and clearly there is provision that allows vehicles to turn in and out from the site. But as I said, the clarity is that HMOs are one of those class of use that car ownership and car usage is very limited.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the table from Councillor Bartlett, seconded by Councillor Barron. Before we go to the vote, I'd put my own twopence worth in. This is temporary accommodation for people who, at their greatest need, homeless people who are looking for help and support. I think a home such as this, being temporary, is far better than being in a B&B, and the security and safety will be far better. The application meets the SPD, so I personally will be supporting it. If we go to the vote now, those in favour, will you please show? Those against? Those abstaining? Thank you. So that motion is, that application is granted.
Children and that.
Okay, moving on. The next application is Cabbage Patch Car Park. And Mr. Hubbard, I believe you're... Councillors, please.
Okay, thank you. So this is 22 St Stephen's Road, known as the Cabbage Patch car park. It's a small council-owned car park which is on the edge of Bournemouth town centre. You can see the Wessex Way running across the map there, so it's just next to that at the end of St Stephen's Road. So for reference, where we are now is the town hall, which is on the far right hand side of the screen there. So if you just go up the road here, it's down the end of the road. You've got the gardens running to the south with the tennis courts, which you can see on the aerial photo there. Again, you can see the Wessex Way and the surrounding buildings. So there's quite a mix of development of individual dwellings, old villas that have been converted to flats, and sort of larger purpose-built blocks of flats. You can also see that there's some on the other side of the Wessex Way which are sort of in a similar context to this site. So turning it round to have a closer look at the site, you can see one of the main constraints is that there are a lot of trees around the site, and you can also see the proximity to the dual carriageway there as well. So a more angled view with the site on the left. You can see the neighbouring buildings. They're a mix of 2 to 4 stories. The immediately adjoining block of flats is 4 stories, and those on the opposite side of the Wessex Way are 5 stories. There's quite a steep drop in levels down from St Stephen's Road, which is towards the top of this image, and then Bourne Avenue at the bottom. It drops down quite a lot. So a photo of the front of the site, the existing entrance to the car park. It's used for council staff parking at the moment. It's not publicly accessible. You see there's trees at the front there which are being retained as part of the development, and the access is basically staying where it is. This shows the eastern side boundary of the site. They've got the neighbouring block of flats on the left there and some trees which are all being retained. The development is sort of built around these constraints. And again, looking at the neighbouring block of flats, you can see they've got some side windows there. Again, that's been taken into account with the building moved away from the boundary, and I've proposed some conditions for obscure glazing of any side windows that might conflict with those there. And this is looking at the other side towards the Wessex Way, towards the rear of the site. You can see that there's quite a lot of vegetation and screening outside the site which will be retained. There's also a public footpath that runs along the side there beyond that chain link fence. And then again another side view looking more towards the front of the site. So there's a sort of street view from St Stephen's Road. You can see the neighbouring block of flats there. The site is beyond that, right at the end of the road, so it's not going to be that visible from here. It's a cul-de-sac with limited traffic, so not many people pass through except maybe pedestrians going along that footpath at the end. It's 5 stories high, the proposed building, so it's 1 story higher than that neighbouring block, so you'll be a little bit visible beyond there. There's a view from Bourne Avenue to the south of the site. So at the rear of the application site is a steep bank with a lot of mature trees and vegetation you can see there on the left. So this part of the site is not being developed and will help screen the site from here, though it might be partially visible above those trees. This is a view from the Wessex Way itself, heading westbound towards Poole. You can see it's from here that the building would be most prominently visible as you're passing by. The site's just there on the left. You can see the cars in the car park. And then heading back eastbound on the other side of the dual carriageway, it's a more distant view there. You can see the trees in the distance on the right. That's roughly where it will go. But you can also see it's in the context of those block of 5-story blocks on the left-hand side on the other side of the dual carriageway. So this is the site plan. It's quite detailed. I won't go through it all. The footprint is marked by the blue dashed line because most of the building is raised up with parking underneath. You can just see the only bits on the ground floor are the stairwell and the cycle store. So the parking spills out from the sides and rear of the building, but all but one tree are being retained around the site. And there's scope for additional planting and landscaping around the edges as shown by the sort of green boxes there. The floor plans, they show 11 flats on 4 floors. The top floor is reduced a little over the rest. The units are a mix of 1 and 2 bed units. They're all, it's a council scheme, they're all going to be affordable units. So elevations, it's a 5-storey building again with the top floor recessed. So you can see it's a fairly modern design with the use of some traditional materials such as the good quality brick. The architects have worked to provide windows and other visual interest and articulation on 3 of the elevations because it will be visible from the Wessex Way on all 3 sides there. It's a conservation area, Merrick Park and Talbot Woods conservation area, so we've worked with them to try and improve the detailing and the appearance. So, I mean, a modern design is not precluded, but it should be good quality. So this slide here shows, I mean, there are a mix of building styles and designs in the area. A modern design is perfectly acceptable. You can see they've added the brick detailing on the right there, bottom right. You've also got this sort of the metal screen art which will be added to the cycle store and bin store doors as well as part of the undercroft parking areas, just to add a sort of bit of quality to the appearance, a bit more interest. There's some LED lighting detail, and the window recesses are, the detail's been shown, so it should have that high quality appearance that's required of the conservation area. Street scene, it doesn't show a lot more except that the trees and landscaping around the site will obscure the ground floor undercroft parking to a fairly significant degree, particularly along the side elevation on the bottom there. And finally, this watercolour image has been produced by the applicant to illustrate the development, though it's indicative rather than the sort of actual appearance, because there's some boundary details missing, for example, and the landscaping might be a bit more enhanced than it will appear on site. But yeah, otherwise I considered that it was an acceptable development for the conservation area.
Thank you. We have no speakers. Do we have a ward councillor for that ward on the committee? No. Councillor McCormack.
Yeah, I think the design of the building and the location of things. Okay, I just have point 42, which deals with affordable housing. Can you just confirm that it is affordable housing and not social housing? Because there is a difference between the two. And under the affordable housing scheme, it obviously you can charge up to 80% of market rate. And I've noticed that some councils elsewhere around the country have actually capped this at 60 rather than 80, and whether any thought during the proposal that's actually been given any thought.
I don't actually have the full detail at the moment, which is why I proposed the condition. Yeah, condition 2 requires a bit more information in that respect. I understood it was affordable rent for people on the housing waiting list, but the condition will require more detail to be provided in that respect.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. In terms of the application, certainly the car park is a majority partly used and partly overgrown car park. And I think the proposal, as it's at the top end of a road, which is a dead end adjacent to Wessex Road, is a better use of the landmass. I note, though, from the content of the report, it refers to the use of balconies on section 34 and says small balconies may be included for uses such as drying, washing or growing pot plants. Can it be a caveat of letting or sale that does not happen, which is not really appropriate for that area?
Did you want to comment on that, Mr. Hubbard?
Sorry, can you just...
Yeah, in terms of the use of balconies, it refers to the growing of pot plants and the drying of washing. Can it be a caveat introduced that restricts that from happening?
Well, because of the visual aspect.
The visual aspect, yeah, and other surrounding properties. And those travelling in and out of Bournemouth along the Wessex Way who probably don't want to see Nora Batty's undies on a balcony.
I don't think that it'd be possible to enforce a condition
Right.
In that.
Could you therefore introduce shallow balconies?
Chairman, the shallower balconies are as shown on the scheme. I think when we start getting into micromanaging what people can and can't do on their balconies in terms of plant pots and whatever, I think you'd be going well beyond what is reasonable and related to planning when it comes to attaching planning conditions. So I would caution the committee about getting involved in such detailed conditions about the use of the amenity space within residential uses like this. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, I'd only comment to that sometimes micromanagement adds to the benefit of all, not the minority.
Can I bring in Councillor Bartlett on this?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, we have a block like this generally. If it's a leasehold apartment, there are normally clauses within the lease that would prevent the hanging of washing from balconies. And the same way that if it was a tenancy, the council tenancy would normally apply restrictions to that kind of thing. So I think the management by the freeholder would normally take care of that kind of issue. But it does seem a bit odd that you, in the drawings, to say that you've provided a balcony specifically for hanging the washing, when actually in reality you wouldn't be allowed to generally under most arrangements. I'd like to get, can I just carry on? I'd like the affordable housing issue, of course. Within the affordable housing definition, social housing is included within that definition. What we don't know is what element of social housing, if any, is allowed within this affordable housing allocation. I personally believe we need to leave that to the councils to make that decision for themselves. But I would hope that in doing that, the housing officers would include an element of social housing, if not all of it, within the development. But of course, the viability of the whole development is predicated on a financial model that they have come up with to make this proposal. So I don't think it's within our wherewithal here to second guess what the viability of that would have been. That would have been accounted for in the proposals for the development. But I quite like the scheme. I have one concern, and that is, could you just go to the last slide, which shows the sort of three-dimensional picture. I have slight trouble with the two pillars at the entrance to the car park, and what might happen if you were to knock one of them out accidentally as you drive through. I'm sure there's a huge, great big RSJ under that brickwork or a concrete pillar or something, but it doesn't appear, you know, to my eye, to be a little vulnerable on the corner of a parking area. I'm sure my wife would have great difficulty in not hitting it when she used it. But no. But other than that, I think it's a great scheme for the use of the land there.
Councillor Trent.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Personally, I think that drying a small amount of washing is a perfectly appropriate use for balconies, and possibly preferable to actually drying it inside where you start to build up a damp problem. And growing potted plants, I thought that's quite an improvement, as long as you say potted plants and not pot plants, otherwise you might kind of create a management issue. But I can't see any objection at all to the balconies, and the balconies being used in the most appropriate way that an individual tenant wishes, because that's basically what that's there for, because, you know, being flats, you haven't got the outside space, so, you know, you need to make the best use of the balcony.
Thank you. Mr. Hubbard, did you want to mention anything about the supporting pillars and whether they can withstand Mr. Bartlett's wife's driving?
Chairman, I think you're taking outside of the realms of the planning decision, because clearly that would be a matter for structural engineers and building consultancy to resolve. I'm sure that the council can be reassured that they would not be susceptible to the building falling down if someone nudged it whilst male or female parking their car.
Councillor Kelsey.
Thanks, Chairman. Yeah, I'm actually fully in support of this. I think it's an ideal site for that type of development there. I do have one minor concern, is where are the staff going to be parking from here on in that are using it as a staff car park at the moment?
Chairman, I think that again falls outside the remit. It's always an issue when car parking is directly tied to development. You know, the car park is linked to having previously been to previously approved development to serve that development, and then you seek to divorce the parking from that development. In this particular case, it happens to be used by staff as staff car parking. There's no reason why that couldn't be withdrawn at any time. There is no commitment or obligation or planning link between that use and its continued use. So I'd suggest that that may be a matter for some of us on this side of the table to think about, but it would not be something that you should factor into your consideration of the planning application.
Can I add as well? I mean, staff park in a number of car parks around the town centre. I think now the council has acquired the Avenue Road car park. I think more staff are parking over there now, so they'll probably just be redistributed among the other car parks.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm happy with that. And I'm happy with the fact that there's only 9 spaces being provided for the residents as well. I mean, it's perfectly situated for people to live that do not have cars. They couldn't get more central if they tried. It's very close to all transport access, so quite happy with it as a whole. We'll support it. In fact, I'm happy to make a move to that effect.
Okay, thank you, councillors. Those in favour of the motion wishes to approve the application? Thank you. Okay, the next application is Queen's Park Avenue. We're just going to have a comfort break. As quickly as possible, please, councillors.
I wish I'd have my case law ready on that. I've got it at home. Yeah, I was, and I just suddenly noticed it in the paperwork, and I was like, I haven't got all my case law with me, and I was like, because quite a lot of the London boroughs have kept, you know, the 80%, but they've kept it at 60 at the planning stage as a condition. So you can't go, because obviously the London rents are high.
Yeah,
so it's the same issue down here, isn't it?
Yeah, you can't.
So 80% of rents down here in Bournemouth is still like massively over what the social rents would be. Well, the social rents tend to be 40 or 50%. But there's a load of casework for it.
Councillor Stribley. Mr. Raven, over to you for 39A Queen's Park Avenue.
Thank you, Chairman. Okay, so the application we've got in front of us is for a proposal for a block of 5 flats with associated parking spaces. The site is 39 and 39A Queen's Park Avenue, as indicated in the red outline site plan in front of you. This area is predominantly residential in character, characterised by large 2-storey detached dwellings set back from a tree-lined avenue in similar sized plots. There are examples of flat conversions in large properties and a substantial purpose-built block of flats at 12 flats at 31 Queen's Park Avenue. Notwithstanding these, the area retains a scale of domestic character within a verdant setting. Now, the application site, as you can see from the photos in front of you, is rather an anomaly in that it has semi-detached cottages located on its rear boundary and a block of 2 garages in the centre of the site where you would normally expect to see the main property. Let's just cycle through some more images. You can see the context of the site with the converted block of flats on the right-hand side, a 2-storey dwelling house on the left, and then further along the road to the left you'll see the newer built block of 12 self-contained flats. And this is a view looking from the rear towards Queen's Park Avenue, and this is the side view looking up towards number 41. This is the view from the front. You can see it's a very well screened and treed site. This is a further view. This is the view from within the site looking towards number 37 on the left hand side. You can see the existing double garage there and the existing car parking. These are the cottages to the rear. One was an original cottage and the semi-detached element next to it was a stable block at some point, but has since been converted into accommodation. And this is a view looking from the cottages down towards the roof of the garage. This is another view looking towards number 37. And here we have the proposed site plan. So originally the proposals entailed the demolition of the existing garage and the erection of a 2 to 3 storey block of 6 flats arranged as 4 one-bedroom units and 2 two-bedroom units. Parking and turning was provided to the front, utilising the existing access and hard-serviced areas. And the 2 existing semi-detached cottages with their gardens and amenity spaces to the far rear of the plot would remain, and pedestrian access to them would continue via the side pathway. And 7 parking spaces were originally provided to the front of the building. As you can see from the report, the site has been subject of pre-application discussions, which originally proposed a larger block of 8 flats. The original submission under this application was in response to the advice given. However, your officers considered that the amendments had not gone far enough in some instances, and in some instances were a retrograde step. And then following further discussions, amended plans were submitted which revised the scheme to provide the 5 units arranged as 3 one-bedroom units and 2 two-bedroom units, with now 8 car parking spaces. So the height of the building has been significantly reduced since the pre-application submission, and the roof form revised to provide a full hipped roof and lowered eaves. The building, when viewed from the front, is considered to reflect the more domestic scale of built form found in the area, with characteristic gaps to the side boundaries and a predominant 2-storey appearance. The building is well articulated with decorative features and a setback element to the front and the side. Now, the rear element would be significantly subservient to the main front part of the building, set in by over 2 metres from both sides of the boundaries, with a maximum ridge height of 5.7 metres, which has been reduced from some 9 metres at the pre-application stage. The existing properties to the rear are set at a higher level due to the change in levels, and the ground floor slab of these houses are about 3 metres higher than the ground floor of the proposal. So the ridge height of the rear element is about the same height as the ground floor ceiling of these houses, and the scale and built form is considered to be entirely compatible with the area. It's also a benefit that the originally proposed detached cycle store to the front of the plot has been removed and re-provided internally to the building, and the bin storage is sited to the side well away from the street. Now, the impact on residential amenity has been fully explored in the case officer's report. It is demonstrated that there will be not any issue of overlooking or loss of privacy, and there will not be any overbearing impact at any neighbouring occupier. Windows on the side elevations above ground floor level would serve secondary rooms or secondary areas and be fitted with obscure glazing. There are balconies to the front, and in retrospect I think it would be good to add a condition to provide screened panels to the sides of the 2 immediate balconies on the side elevations. The proposed flats meet the guidelines of the technical housing standards in terms of the size of the units, and all units have usable outside amenity spaces. The reduction in the number of units to 5 and the increase in parking spaces to 8 provides a level of unallocated car parking that complies with your adopted parking SPD, which is area-based and evidence on actual car ownership for different house types. Your highways officer has not raised any objections in respect to the level of parking or the impact on highway safety or pedestrian safety. The level of parking retained for the 2 existing houses is compliant with the parking SPD, and whilst historically the units may have benefited from additional parking, this reflects the lifestyle choices of the individual occupiers and is not material to the consideration of this application. The application site and those adjoining are covered by tree preservation orders. Your tree officer has assessed development as revised and comments that the site's trees and the trees located on the adjoining land are to be retained and suitably protected, and does not raise any objections. Following discussions with your flooding and drainage engineer, the applicant submitted a revised strategy for the disposal of surface water, which includes an appropriate circuleway to the front, a drain to catch the overflow from the properties to the rear, and permeable hard surfacing where appropriate. This is considered to be a workable solution and no objections are raised. Chairman, in summary, given the positive revisions your officers have negotiated to the scheme over time, it is considered that the development as now proposed would not have an adverse impact on the character appearance of the area. The development would not have a negative impact on residential amenity, would ensure the long-term retention of protected trees, is acceptable in terms of off-street parking provision and highway safety, makes appropriate provision to mitigate the impact of unprotected heathlands through the completion of a legal agreement. Your officers therefore recommend the application for approval, subject to the conditions in the report. Thank you. And also the additional condition that I previously mentioned about the screening to the balconies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raven. We have Mr. Dipple speaking in objection. Mr. Dipple, you have 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak on behalf of other residents of Queen's Park Avenue who have already made written objections to this particular plan. Our principal objections to this development as planned are essentially twofold. Firstly, the proposals are neither in keeping with the buildings in the wider surroundings of the area, nor with the 2 cottages already occupying the site, which is a view endorsed by the Bournemouth Civic Society, which has already been made available to the committee. Policy CS41 states unequivocally that the Council will seek to ensure that new developments enhance the character, local distinctiveness and amenities of future occupants and neighbouring residents. Development which by virtue of its design would be detrimental to the built environment, amenity or character of any part of the borough will not be allowed. My contention is that the plans will in no way enhance the character of Queen's Park Avenue, nor will it enhance the amenities of the neighbouring residents in the 2 cottages already on the site. That it will, in fact, be detrimental to the occupants of those cottages by significantly reducing the amenities they currently enjoy. It's also incongruous that 2 entirely different styles of dwelling are contemplated within the same plot. Secondly, we have genuine and serious concerns about parking provision. The proposal is for 5 flats, 3 one-bed, 2 two-bed to be built on the land, already occupied by 2 cottages to the north of the plot. Those cottages already sustain a minimum of 4 cars, viz the photograph that was shown earlier, provided by the architects. Although the proposed provision is for a total of 8 spaces, non-designated disabled, no visitor spaces. The latest plans identify 3 spaces for the cottages, although they too will be unallocated, so I'm unsure how this would work, and 5 remaining for the flats. The cottages will thus lose one space. Amenity is referred to above, leaving 1 each for each flat. We would speculate that the flats would generate a minimum of 1 car per bedroom, very probably more, which would mean an overspill to street parking on Queen's Park Avenue. As there are no specific provisions for street parking on QPA, this would fall outside paragraph 331 of the Bournemouth Parking SPD, that there should be no reliance on street parking, yet this is exactly what will result. There's already ample evidence that overspill parking onto the road from the development at 31, which was referred to earlier, is a regular feature. The original grant was for 12 spaces, 1 for each flat, but within a short time of occupation this was increased by 3, doubtless considered unnecessary when those plans were passed, but is still demonstrably inadequate as residents continue to park on the road. Queen's Park Avenue is a very busy road, particularly in the mornings and afternoons, early evenings. It also provides a well-used route for students to access 4 schools. Cyclists understandably consider the road unsafe for them, and many tend to use the footpaths. Any increase in on-street parking will only exacerbate this problem, leading to more cyclists using the footpaths to the detriment of pedestrians. There have been many road traffic accidents in Queen's Park Avenue in recent times. The speed restrictions of 30 miles an hour are regularly flouted, and it's our view that the overspill parking from this development will decant onto Queen's Park Avenue, adding to the safety concerns. Referring to a neighbouring property at number 4, which was for a conversion of a dwelling house into 6 flats with 6 unallocated parking spaces, Planning Officer Richard Cable said when refusing the consent in August this year, the scheme would potentially harm highway safety and result in a poor standard of residential development having regard to the living conditions of future occupiers. The proposals would result in intensification in use and urbanisation of the site that would be contrary to the less intensive suburban development common in this area. In reaching this decision, he took note of local objections, one of which very succinctly stated, "The road is used by young cyclists attending local schools, and the lack of visibility in the street is a serious accident waiting to happen." I believe that if permission is granted with the current level of parking provision, the quotation above applies equally to this development, and that this application too should be refused both on this basis and on that expanded in the first part of this objection. 42 seconds to go.
Thank you, Mr. Dibble. Mr. Stevens, you're supporting for the application.
Thank you. My name is Matt Stevens, and I'm an architect and director of Aspire Architects. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. This site is unique as it has semi-detached cottages located on its rear boundary and a block of 2 garages in the centre of the site where you would have expected the main property to be sited. We are not proposing to demolish or convert an existing family house, but instead we are utilising land that is in a residential area whilst maintaining the existing houses to the rear. We've worked very hard with your planning department through the submission of pre-app and during the planning application process to bring forward a policy-compliant development which will provide much-needed residential accommodation. In the words of the planning officer, negotiated amendments ensure a built form of an appropriate scale and good quality design. The number of units has been reduced and the level of parking increased. It has been demonstrated that there would not be any adverse impact on residential amenity, highways safety or surface water drainage. The level of parking provision meets the requirements of your adopted parking SPD. The planning officer considers that this scheme will be in line with the appropriate development plan policies and other material considerations including the NPPF. The proposals will not materially harm the character or appearance of the area or the amenities of neighbouring and proposed occupiers and would be acceptable in terms of traffic safety. In summary, the proposal provides housing development within a sustainable location. The built form will be in keeping with the character and appearance of the area. The development would not have a negative impact on residential amenity. The development ensures that the long-term retention of protected trees. The development is acceptable in terms of off-street parking provision and highway safety. The proposed drainage solution is considered acceptable, and the application makes appropriate provision to mitigate the impact on protected heathlands. I hope that you agree this is an appropriate and well-designed scheme, and I ask that you support the proposals and approve this application today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. The main objections to this site are to do with highways, as has been previously mentioned, and the safety and the effect it will have in the area. Queen's Park Avenue is not, contrary to the statement on page 106 of the report, a local road, but a busy highway used extensively to travel from the Winton Warden area to the east of the town and the A338 junction at the Cooperdene roundabout. There are many issues with this road regarding sightlines, cyclists and pedestrians. The area falls within the catchment zone of the Bishop of Winchester Academy, along with the Queen's Park Infants and Junior Schools and the two Bournemouth Grammar Schools that are nearby. As a result, there are many pedestrians, mostly under 18, crossing this road. Councillors are regularly approached by residents regarding accidents and speeding on the road and the dangers of crossing the road. The previous council's Highways Department looked at the possibility of closing St George's Road further up as a safety measure because of accidents on this road. We have introduced safety measures on Burnham Drive's junction with the road because of safety, and as local councillors we've spent LIF money on bollards in this area to prevent parking partially on the verges to try and ease this as well. As recently as June, as a result of a cycling incident, my colleague wrote to the traffic manager requesting double yellow lines in this area, and I followed this up with another separate request at the beginning of August. We set up a community speed watch with the police as a result of residents' concerns regarding speeding traffic and the hazards in this vicinity. All the options on the plan mention highway intensification. All the objections on the plan mention highway intensification as a major issue, as we believe there is insufficient parking on site, and this application will add to the already dangerous situation for pedestrians and cyclists on this road by adding more vehicles parked on the road and more vehicles exiting onto the road. Paragraph 32 of the report says there is a provision of 8 spaces. A provision of 8 spaces will be made, and these are allocated as follows: 5 to flats and 3 to houses. Therefore, as 3 spaces out of the 8 have been allocated to the house and 5 allocated to the flats, the calculations in paragraphs 30 and 31 are wrong, as they should use the allocated space figures from the SPD table C3 rather than unallocated. This gives us a calculated value of 5.5 for the flats, 3 times 1.1 plus 2 times 1.1, and the value for the houses remains at 3. Therefore, rounding this up gives 9 required spaces, not 8. The application therefore has insufficient parking spaces, and so it should be refused on the following grounds from the parking SPD. 3.31, as the benchmark figures are proposed from the best available evidence and therefore are the likely parking demand. 3.32, the general presumption should be that sufficient car parking should be provided in the area and according to the zone for the development in the development site, and reliance should not be made on on-street parking. 3.3, displacement parking in surrounding streets to accommodate the level of parking provision required is not supported. I believe to have demonstrated why on-street and displacement parking would be a disaster for the area and should not be tolerated. Additionally, as I've already demonstrated, all the parking provision is allocated parking, so the additional note in table C3, dwelling houses, relating to visitor parking should apply, which says, to take into account the demand for visitors parking, an additional 0.2 spaces per dwelling should be provided when allocated spaces exceed 50% of the parking provision for the development. This gives us a calculation of 7 times 0.2 or an additional 1.4 spaces, which rounded up gives 2. So it's therefore a total of 11 spaces required, not the 8 as provided by the developer. Also, looking at the developer's planning statement, you've seen the pictures of 4 cars on the site, and I've never seen less than 4. I do not believe that the developer has done sufficient work to mitigate the overlooking of bedroom 2 in unit 3 from either the footpath to the 2 houses or number 41, and I believe for the sake of privacy of this bedroom you should reject the application on grounds of privacy. I support the Civic Society's objections to the mass of the proposed development,
and you should reject the application on grounds of overdevelopment. There is a serious risk of flooding in the area. As a result of earlier flooding in the area, the previous council set up a flood advisory committee in 2012. The 2012 flooding caused issues in this area, with Queen's Park Avenue, along with other roads in the area, being inundated, and in places there was several feet of flooding. I see no provision in the report to handle this, nor do I see any means of dealing with it, rather than digging a hole in the summer to test whether the water will drain away. Finally, as the Council has declared a climate emergency, why are we allowing the provision of private waste contractors with large and weekly collections, rather than making the developers design the site to use our own Council's collections and supporting our recycling targets? I see no provision of food waste collection, a well-established method of reducing food waste and resulting in CO2 emissions, and I feel we should reject it on these plans alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I bring in Mr Raven or the Highways Officer to respond to the SPD?
Yeah, Chairman, to head off the inevitable questions about car parking and highway safety, if we could bring the Transportation Officer in to deal with some of those issues from the outset before we go to debate, that would be helpful.
Indeed, yeah, please do.
Thank you, Chair. In response, first of all, I'd like to just clarify that the issues of highway concerns that's been raised by the residents and by the councillor are something for the traffic management section to look at. These are wider issues that relate to safety on the highway generally. The application that is before us is what these comments relate to. And based on that, the information provided to us was that the parking would be unallocated. So the assessment is based primarily on the unallocated. There is an assessment also based on allocated, and I think the councillor did raise the right numbers, but nevertheless the assessment is based on unallocated, which the applicants agreed to progress with, and it will be conditioned, as I understand it. So therefore, in terms of the parking provision, it does meet the SPD. I think previously it has been also mentioned that there will be more car parking. The existing site certainly has a certain number, but we're going by what the actual agreement and the contract in terms of the approval and what's going to be granted, if you're minded to approve. But in terms of safety, again, the issue is that there's an existing vehicular access. Queen's Park Road is not a classified road, it's a local road. Existing accidents was mentioned. Again, accidents data all just reveal most of the accidents are further along at the roundabout. And again, that's something for the traffic management team to look at as part of residents' issues. But we cannot, as I said, make that judgment based on what the development before us is a site-specific assessment. And in terms of the internal layout, the car park is, the layout's certainly acceptable. If you have any questions.
Councillor Miller.
Just to clarify, so you're saying effectively, and the councillor was saying, if the parking was allocated, RSPD would necessitate 11 spaces, but where it's unallocated, it necessitates 8.
That's correct.
Thank you. Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. I agree that the earlier applications of 8 or more flats on this site would have been considerable overdevelopment. I visited it and was very surprised to find the 2 charming cottages right up at the back of the site, but I understand they are listed or notified under Bournemouth Heritage, and they were originally part of the larger house at number 41. I think they were stables or coach house or something like that. But it is an odd site, and I agree you would expect to find building in the middle of it. So I don't have any real issue with these proposals for development on the site. I do, and access to and from the site would be no more dangerous than any other property along Queen's Park Avenue. So whilst I understand the the concerns there. I don't think we could possibly substantiate those. However, and I'm not wanting to criticise any planning, any transportation officer or perfect, but I do think this authority, this new authority, should look at its parking SPDs. The fact is, although people may use their bikes more, most people these days have a car. They might not use it all the time, but they nevertheless will still need somewhere to park it. And I do think the pool officers will know this has been a bee in my bonnet since 2 Jags John Prescott issued maximum parking regulations on sites rather than minimum, which caused us a great deal of problems. And I believe every site should more than accommodate its current and anticipated vehicular use, because the highways are not made for parking on, even if there is room to park there. That's fine for visitors and short-term calls and so on. But you drive through any part of our urban area in the evening when people are at home and see how the streets are packed with cars that the developments didn't make provision for. So I am a little concerned that there's only 8 parking spaces here. I wouldn't vote against it for that because I know it conforms to our SPD. I think our SPD is wrong, and I think we actually need to look at that, or this authority should be looking at it sooner rather than later. But in the rest of it, I think it's a very sensible and attractive development. At the moment, you go into the site, you've just got a tatty area of tarmac and a double garage stuck, or a pair of garages stuck in the middle. It looks very strange and unusual, and I think a small block of flats would fit in well.
Councillor Dunlop.
Thank you, Chairman. I understand that certainly from a planning perspective, or planning officer's perspective, unallocated parking is I think it's what they call it, flexible parking. A way I look at it is it's a way to kind of get round the parking that's probably required for a development where parking is unallocated. There is, in theory, nothing to stop one person parking 4 vans in a parking space, their car in the other one, and there's no parking for anybody else. But I just want to query this idea that you can have 8 unallocated spaces, 3 of them can be allocated to be unallocated for 2 dwellings, and the other 5 can be allocated to be unallocated for the new development. And I'm not sure that you're kind of bending the rules a bit there, because can you actually do that? Could, in fact, all the residents of this new accommodation just take up the 8 unallocated, or could the existing residents of the 2 premises take up all the 8 unallocated?
Thank you, Chairman. The way I understand the calculation was made was based on the existing properties, and in order to meet the requirements of the SPD, they would need to have 3 unallocated parking spaces associated with that use, and then there's a separate calculation for the proposed development, which arrives at a figure of 5 unallocated parking spaces for the use of that development. Then you have a total of 8 unallocated parking spaces. As I understand it, 3 of those will be unallocated for the houses and 5 for the use of the flats, and that meets the requirements of the SPD. Unless I'm mistaken.
Absolutely.
No, apparently I'm not mistaken.
Chairman, just to anticipate the next question. So, yes, it is possible to ring fence, as it were, the 2 unallocated areas of car parking. So it's effectively ring fencing for the flats and ring fencing for the houses, but within those ring fenced areas, the parking is not allocated to individual units. Hence, I appreciate what the councillor is saying in terms of allocated, unallocated spaces, but yes, that is an entirely feasible way to ring fence the unallocated parking in that manner.
I'm going to ask it anyway. Can you reasonably say that those 8 places, unallocated spaces, cannot be used by the people in the new development?
Chairman, the condition requires that, and the
Okay.
condition is written in a manner that is enforceable. My experience is that these things tend to be self-enforcing in terms of how it works, but it is nevertheless a planning condition. It's properly made, would be a properly made planning condition. It's precise, it's enforceable, it's relating to the development, it meets the tests required of a condition, and I believe would be enforceable if the need arose.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Yeah, there's been a lot of comment about the safety on Queen's Park Avenue. The problem with Queen's Park Avenue are the people that use it and drive on it. It's nothing to do with the residences, and it does need traffic calming. I've been up and down there several times and amazed at the speed of the traffic on that particular road. In terms of the site itself, it is an awkward site. There are other houses, the cottages at the back, and it is a stepped site. And to the front of that is a parking area that is rough land surrounded by unkept foliage. A lot of the houses are stepped back or back from the road, but the reality of this particular site is because of the cottages, that is not possible. And I do believe that this particular development that's proposed is acceptable and realistic. Ideally, you'd like to see a single residence on this site, but it's not one that somebody's going to buy because of the step garden at the back and the 2 cottages that restrict that development. So I actually think the design, the scale of the design, is acceptable to this particular site, and I would therefore support it.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I'd have to agree with Councillor O'Neill as someone who regularly cycles along this particular road. The main danger to myself as a cyclist along there is not people pulling out of the various residences along that road, is actually the surfacing of that road. The trees from the avenue are what force cyclists onto the pavements. But it's no more dangerous cycling along there than along any road where you have to pull out directly onto the street. And anyone using it safely will no doubt have no issues there. And again, I think having quite a lot of experience with this particular road, a house like that looks far more in keeping with the general area than the cottages set to the back, and I think this is perfectly acceptable.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies if I missed it in your presentation, but we had a comment earlier in the report about overlooking into 41 Queen's Park Avenue. Do you have anything? We heard from the council saying it wasn't satisfactorily resolved. So could you just update me on that, please? The council then said it wasn't resolved, so I just wanted the officer to come back and say.
Certainly, obviously, in paragraph 25 of the report, it deals with the impacts on number 41. If you can see the plan on the screen, why can't you see? There are the windows on number 41 that face the application site are sited towards the back of the flank elevation, so about here. Yeah. The only windows on the side of this element, okay, so the council referred to bedroom 2 of unit 3, which is this one here.
Yeah.
That's actually at ground floor level. So obviously there will be some intervening boundary screening, so there'll be no impact from that window. All of the windows on that side are within the roof slope, so they would be facing the sky. It's not uncommon to have flank elevation windows facing onto other sites. It's a built-up area. Some sort of mutual overlooking is normally to be expected, but in this case, I don't consider there to be any loss of privacy whatsoever. In addition, the windows on this part of the site of the development at first floor level would be fitted with obscure glazing.
And they all serve
I'm happy about. I was talking about the rear part. So
Yeah.
okay. So just to be clear, so there'd be a window in the roof on the side of the roof.
That's
Yeah.
the elevation. So that's the bedroom to unit 3.
Yeah.
And that's a stairwell, I believe. And the other one is, just find a plan. Yeah, that's another bedroom with the sill level at 1.7 metres above the floor level, so there'll be no overlooking. Yeah, so you wouldn't be able to actually look out.
Yeah.
The window would be essentially above the average person's head height.
Okay. I'll carry on, Chair. Thank you, Officer. I mean, it's tricky because there obviously is I think Councillor Strib is right. There obviously is a parking issue, but the SPD states we couldn't go to appeal on the fact that there's a parking issue because it conforms to it. There obviously is a highways issue because we as a council wouldn't have put mitigation in the roads around it. That the councillor wouldn't have organised and residents wouldn't have got involved in a community speed watch if they didn't perceive it to be a highways issue. So I have significant sympathy with the points that are being raised. It's tricky. Our highways officer is very clear in the report that there isn't a highways risk, and the evidence around accidents isn't there to support there's a highways risk. So I think we'd be, as much as I do have sympathy with those comments, I think we would be in difficult ground rejecting it on that basis. This is obviously, and I will commend the officers in terms of quite a significant negotiation has been undertaken here, and this obviously is a better application than it surfaced originally or in its second iteration. Thank you.
Do we have any other councillors who wish to talk or make a motion? And that,
Chair, I move to grant the application.
Oh, Councillor Johnson beat you to it. Okay, so we have a move to grant the application proposed by Councillor Bartlett, seconded by Councillor Johnson. All those in favour? Those against? Those abstaining? So that application is granted.
Nervousness about it, but
Now we have D13 Dolphin Quay. Kate Robson.
Hi, thank you, Chair. This is an application at Pool Quay on the front, part of the Dolphin Quay complex. The first application we have is for Unit D13, which is located centrally within the mall area. It's located adjacent to the steps that lead up to the first floor level. In the middle of the screen on the photo on the left, and then the boarded up units on the right of the photo on the right. The unit has authorised use as A1, but has never been occupied since the construction of Dolphin Quay. The current application is proposing to use the unit for storage purposes for existing residents of the flats above Dolphin Quay and for existing commercial tenants, and the applicants advised that they are hoping that this would enhance the appeal of the remaining unlet units to offer some more storage. So the blue hoarding would come down, a shop front would be fitted with a false back to allow either visuals of pool or some presentation space for other tenants or art students to be fitted in the window, and then behind that would be a concealed storage area, probably a caged storage system, which in itself wouldn't require planning consent. The site is not located within the primary shopping area of Poole. It is within the tourism area of the shop front. Local plan policy PP3 outlines that we do have quite a high level of vacancy rates of shops, and that other better utilisation of existing vacant space should be considered. You'll note on your addendum sheet that you had a proposed amendment to a condition so that to tighten up the wording of a condition to ensure that the use would only be for residents and tenants. It's considered that this is a pragmatic approach to a vacant unit. It would not sterilise the future use of the unit for A1 or A3 possibly if Dolphin Quay became more used. It could be converted back in the future. It would also enable an active shop frontage and removal of the blue screens. We don't consider there be any parking implications because of the condition requiring the storage to only be used by tenants or residents of the site. Therefore, it's considered, like I said, considered a pragmatic use of the unit, and we're recommending granting planning permission for using the unit as storage space. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Mr. Sprackling talking in opposition. You have 5 minutes to speak.
That one. Okay. Councillors, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak against this application. I object to this change of use because it will affect the future viability of the other retail units in the mall. The retail units in the so-called mall have remained unused and boarded up since the ill-conceived Dolphin Quays development was first completed in 2003. That's 16 years ago. To convert D13 as a storage unit will do nothing to improve the footfall through this thoroughfare and may set a precedent for a similar request by the owners for the conversion of other units. The planning application for the adjacent former Paul Pottery site in Old Orchard, which it would be at the back of the left-hand picture, was granted on the 30th of July 2019 and includes 2 commercial units on the ground floor. To convert Unit D13 as a storage unit will do nothing to encourage the general viability of this area. The Dolphin Quays site was the subject of a member engagement forum by Poole Council in 2014, but as far as I'm aware, no action has been taken to follow up the suggestions made. 2 of the bullet points in the report stand out. One talks about the internal arcades, which are windy, dark and uninviting. When I went down there the other day, that was nowhere near as bright as that, so, and my photograph shows it rather darker than that. That's what it looks like. And the through route is uninviting for pedestrians. If planning consent is granted, it should be on a temporary basis only. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sprackling. Danielle Lawrence, do you wish to speak? For the application, thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. I don't intend to repeat the content of the officer's report, but rather to provide you with a brief history of our involvement with Dolphin Quay, our ambitions for it for the future, and clarify some misinformation that's arisen as part of this application process. Dolphin Quays was developed in the early 2000s. The property went into administration pretty much straight away from completion. It had limited interest in the retail and poor occupancy levels. We got involved, my company got involved in the property in late 2014, early 2015. We've used national and local agents to actively market the units to ensure full coverage, appeal to all sectors, but there's no denying it's a challenging market. The site is outside the prime retail quarter, and the retail market is generally in a really poor state. This unit, along with those at the rears, which we're proposing for car parking, have never been let. We have had some positive news at the site. We've managed several notable lettings recently, one being to Lush, where they increased their square footage from 10,000 square feet to 21,500 square feet, with a considerable cost to reflect the refit that was needed. This was a big success story for us and for Poole, given Lush's high profile. We've also worked very hard to get Studio at Poole let in the building. This was 6,500 square feet. Again, this was in the hope of continuing Poole pottery tradition on the site. These are the type of lettings that we and our agents work tirelessly on behind the scenes for considerable time, but only when they're completed do the public and yourselves become aware. It's important the vacant units aren't interpreted as a lack of interest or commitment from us in seeing Dolphin Quays become a more active and thriving retail and leisure complex. No one wants this more than us. As an example, we worked with Poole Pottery for 9 months to try and secure a new 5-year commitment, but this wasn't successful as Denby didn't want to retain any stores. As such, footfall took a hit, so we have taken a huge risk on letting the property to Studio at Poole with no trading history, but we're really trying to maintain footfall at the site, and we believe it's important to do this. Over the recent years, we've had advanced negotiations with a number of potential occupiers, ranging from restaurants, gaming shop, gyms, cinemas and GPs. Unfortunately, we lost these to other sites which offer more car parking in proximity to the town centre. So we have to look at alternatives, especially for those units that offer no frontage. We still have approximately 20,000 square foot to let. While storage doesn't offer a high-profile name, it's something we know our tenants are keen to use, and it's another benefit we can offer to potential tenants when they view the sites of other vacant units. It will also enhance the visual appearance in the mall by removing the boards and giving it more of a shop front appearance that will help to lift the appearance in the mall, and we therefore consider it a benefit to Dolphin Quays as a whole. We are really pleased to note that none of our neighbours or tenants have objected to this scheme. In fact, they wholeheartedly support it. I know from speaking to them that it's a use and service that they can benefit from. We do sympathise with Powerhouse Group in their search for space, but their own requirement and ambitions should not be a reason for us not achieving our ambitions to make Dolphin Quays a financially viable and attractive mixed-use complex. Some representatives have made accusations of us being unwilling to engage in negotiations or offer terms that they view as agreeable. We wholeheartedly refute this. I have had many discussions, and we want more tenants there. In summary, we face ongoing challenges, but we do have positive examples. We maintain committed to finding a long-term viable occupiers. In the meantime, we have to find some viable users for the vacant units and try and enhance the overall attractiveness of Dolphin Quays, and in particularly the mall space, which has no frontage. As the planning officer has rightly stated, there is no objection to this proposal from our neighbours or tenants. We don't believe there are any sound planning grounds to refuse the permission for this proposal. We are keen to, as a commercial entity, and we have to make Dolphin Quays function viably, and granting planning permission will help us work towards this goal. If you have any questions after, please do ask them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Howe, would you like?
I should just say that I'm here as ward councillor, also as portfolio holder for regeneration and culture. Also, I should declare that I'm currently a director of the Arts Pool CIC, which is a subsidiary of the Powerhouse, which was just mentioned. But I am currently I'm just about to resign from that role because of my it presents a potential conflict of interest going forward with my current role. I object to this change of use because it will affect the future viability of other retail units in the immediate area. If this area of the quay is to be successful, the walkway in which this unit is located needs to become animated with shops, cafes, etc. When the pottery development goes ahead in the neighbouring building block, it will join with other retail units on the ground floor of that site. Taking this unit out of retail will compromise the achievement of this objective. The units along this walkway have clearly been difficult to let, however the owners have not helped themselves. All the time you can see that the units have still not been fitted out with windows and doors. There's a reason for that, because as soon as you do that you have to start paying business rates. So the Borough Pool and this council has been deprived over a period of decades and a half of business rates because of the various owners' unwillingness to animate the properties. I attended a viewing of a neighbouring unit by a prospective tenant, and the terms proposed by the agents were unreasonable given the short and medium-term outlook for trading. The way forward for these units is for the owners to let them at low rents to creative businesses and community organisations covering the external fit-out themselves. Once up and running, the area would attract footfall, and over time, the owners would be able to secure higher rents. The owners bought these premises relatively recently, so they should have been fully aware of the trouble previous owners had in letting the units. Rather than allowing them a get-out, the council should stay strong and leave them to take the steps outlined previously in my submission to bring the walkway back into public use. This application is contrary to PP3C, which has an objective of upgrading the High Street, Old Town and Quay to expand their role through the introduction of a wider range of commercial, residential, cultural and community uses and events that contribute to vibrancy and footfall. It's also against PP6 and PQF10 of the Neighbourhood Plan, which requires active and vibrant frontages for ground floor units in the area. The council has recently won a bid for £675,000 of Heritage Action Zone funds, within which we've had to match funds. So we've got a total pot of £1.2 million to be spent within the conservation area in Poole. This property falls within that area and was included in that bid. Basically, we proposed that if we could negotiate with the owners of the units, we could help animate them with part of that money. This application, if passed, would could compromise the spending of that money and the delivery of its aims. Finally, let's have a quick look, see if there's anything else on here. Yeah, the critical point is the toilets. They're currently the only toilets that serve the quay within this alleyway. They have been subject to frequent vandalism in the past. One of the best way to prevent future vandalism is to maintain activity within this underground walkway, and taking out a unit will inevitably reduce the potential for that activity, and it reduces, as I said, the critical mass. In the long term, we hope to see the hotel developed next door, and obviously the pottery site developed, and the whole quarter becoming community cultural use, and these units are right at the centre and very important part of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Robson, do you want to come back on any of the points raised in any of the talk?
Chairman, can I just pick up on the question of loss of a retail unit? The granting of planning permission will open a new chapter potentially going forward for that unit. It will not stop it being a retail unit until such time as it does become a storage unit. So there is still the potential for alternative users in the meantime to engage on using that unit. And I'd suggest that putting shop fronts and an internal fit out that's merely cages would not prejudice it being returned to retail use at some point in the future. So it's not the loss of retail premises or a retail unit because it's never been occupied. It's the loss of a potential retail unit, but that unit could always be at a later date be brought back into retail use. It's finding a way of dealing with what is and has been for the entire life of the development dead frontage by at least bringing some active frontage and beneficial use to the unit until such time as I would suggest if it were beneficial as if it were to be brought back into use for retail, it would, I'm sure, for the benefit of the owners of the site, would generate a higher rental, and were there demand for retail, I'm sure that you wouldn't have seen this application before you. It would have been already in retail use. So, to summarise that, you would not be taking away a retail unit, you would be bringing an empty unit into use. You would not be prejudicing the long-term return of that unit to retail because that potential would always be there, and you would be in the meantime, introducing a use that would be of direct benefit to other existing tenants within the site, as you've heard, because they would benefit from that storage. And equally, the suggestion has been made that it would actually make the other unlet units potentially more attractive and more viable because of the additional storage space. Those that are members long-standing, I'm looking at what across there, long-standing members from Poole recall that the intention of this development was initially very precise and very specific. It was designer outlet. There was an ambitious tourism destination project that sadly did not fly. It never hit the critical mass. And I think it's safe to say that the size, nature and shape of the individual retail units reflected that initial intended use. Perhaps they're slightly wanting in terms of a more broad retail offer in terms of the size, scale, nature and fit out of the units. I would suggest that this is a positive thing, possibly even just a short-term positive thing. I would caution you against a temporary use. I think it would be for the market to bring it back to the table as an alternative use rather than you requiring the applicants to return on a regular basis until such time as the market upturns. And therefore, I would, notwithstanding the concerns that you've heard about the impact on the vitality and viability of this ultimately out of retail centre location, I would encourage you to take on board the officer's recommendation on this. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Kelsey.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr Evans, do you want to come and sit over this side? Because you just said virtually everything I was going to say. I mean, having all of those units there just makes me not want to go down there. I wouldn't see the need to go down there. If only one of them was in active use, I'd be nosy enough to want to go down there and see what was going on. And that way, other people would be encouraged to go down there and see what's going on. I think the idea of having the storage use down there is a perfect start for it. Yeah. I've seen this before. I've seen it in Southampton on my work jobs over there with the Bargate Centre, which is now long gone, but they had the same problem there. Only 1 or 2 units were being used. And more of them were just closed. So less and less people went down there. This is a perfect opportunity to kick-start, hopefully, what that was intended to be used for. So I fully agree with what you've just said, and I'll support the application.
Councillor Hall.
What I was going to suggest, I think it's very important to have a temporary permission. You give it a temporary permission for 3 years, and it still leaves it open, and then you can find someone in that time that may want it as a permanent thing. But I think if you had a temporary permission for 3 years, it'd be the answer.
Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, Mr Evans has shot my fox. I've got crossed out what he said. 20 years ago, this application came to Poole Council as an outlet shopping centre. And it was doomed to failure because there's no nearby level public parking. It's a considerable walk to it, which is extremely unfortunate. There is a rather dismal and 1960s dated multi-storey car park close to you, but that's not ideal for that sort of shopping. But it was meant to be an outlet shopping centre, a bit like Bicester was in its early days, or Whiteley Village. And unfortunately, I couldn't ever see it running. Yes, it was meant to be a tourism area, but we lost Poole Pottery in the process, which was the biggest draw to Poole, because it's actually built over the old Poole Pottery factory site. We've lost other very good tourism attractions along the quay, from the aquarium and other places. And of course, when the quay was raised to prevent flooding, we lost a huge amount of public parking along the quay. So there isn't any convenient, close to, on-level public parking, except perhaps a dozen disabled places close to. And that really has spelt the death knell for this area. The pathway through is long and dismal. When there's any breeze off the harbour, as there is probably 9 days out of 10, you sort of get blown down it anyway, because it's in effect like a wind tunnel, and it is dark and dismal and uninviting. I initially put down, well, perhaps a 5-year temporary permission, but on it, because anything less, is it worth investing in new shop window and shop fitting and all the rest, and the expense of that, you know, if you might have to abandon it within a year or so. But taking the point that its permission still is A1 retail use, I assume that one would assume that the rent for a storage unit and just would be lower than retail. If suddenly the other, there must be at least a dozen similar sized places along the anyway, there's quite a lot, all boarded up, all blank. If they suddenly all got filled, well, then I can see there might be pressure from some other retail unit wanting to come in here. But I think that's most unlikely. I would like to see some use of it rather than none. I'm not sure that this is actually going to suddenly mean that the whole shopping centre, the whole little area will be viable. I would quite like to see it for small studios or other workplaces, if that were feasible. That might bring in people as well. But again, the lack of parking in the area is a big drawback for shoppers and so on. I'm quite happy with the application as it stands, because it stood empty since it was completed some 16 or 17 years ago. So I don't think people are going to be falling over themselves to fill the next half dozen, let alone all of the remainder shops. As shame as it is, and there was a lot of problems behind the original development when I think the financier behind it buzzed back to Cyprus with £30 million in his back pocket and all the rest. The whole thing was in difficulties before it started, and it's not managed to get over them.
Councillor Trent.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have to say that as it stands at the moment, it has got to be one of the most dismal, unattractive places you can imagine, in the middle of an area that should be vibrant and interesting. And so I don't actually think that converting 1 or 2 units into storage units with at least some kind of frontage would actually harm what's already there. And it certainly wouldn't take it away from retail, because it isn't retail at the moment. What I do agree with, and I think the objector talked about a temporary planning permission, and I think it would be quite helpful if the permission was given for a limited period of time. And I think, possibly along the same lines as Councillor Stribley, that 5 years would be an appropriate time, because you know, you could then plan for it and work through it and so on. And then at least it's up for review after that period of time. And if it's still the dismal place it is, then, you know, I think we'd be looking to force something a little bit more interesting on it. So I would go along with it, but for a period of 5 years, if someone was quite happy to second that. I think 3 years would be too short.
Okay. Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Chair. I think after 16 years of an unoccupied unit, to suggest that this application will prevent its use as a retail unit is surely absolutely absurd. You know, here we've got a commercial organisation that want to use the facility for some productive use at least, even albeit for a fairly short period or whatever, until some of the investments that Councillor Howell has mentioned come into fruition. You know, it does absolutely no harm whatsoever to use this facility for a while. In terms of limiting the period of the use, I would say that any commercial organisation, if they spot that the retail use is increasing, they will jump at the chance to turn it into a retail unit. Of course they would. That's what their reason for living is. But to actually suggest that, you know, this is actually holding up everything else, I understand there are plans afoot, but I think until that really starts to come into fruition, you've got to let this company do what it needs to do with its property. And to hold them back from that, I think, is unreasonable. I would also say that, you know, the representations, the arguments that have been put here, and I'd be very interested from the planning officer's view, but most of these representations here appear to me to be non-material planning objections almost exclusively. But Councillor Howell was very specific in mentioning several policies where his objections relate to. And I think he said PP3C, PP6 and PQF10. If those, and my question is, are those, in your opinion, material planning considerations in objection? Now, I'm assuming that if there were those kind of objections, you would have said so in the report, and you wouldn't have suggested to grant the application. But I think, as Councillor Howells has mentioned them as specific policies, I think that needs to be commented on. But otherwise, assuming that they're not material, then I would very much support this application.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's not that they're not material considerations. I have considered them and assessed them against the policies, and don't find that the policies, I don't agree with the representations. So yes, you know, if a use is inappropriate, yes, that is a material planning consideration, but I disagree that the use is inappropriate. Towards the end, yes, the units would maybe make ideal community spaces. That's obviously not an issue that we can, alternative uses is not an issue we could take into consideration. I've assessed them against the relevant policies. PP3 is the one that talks about the Poole Town Centre, particularly. That's the policy that talks about how hard it is to rent retail space, and that it specifically states we should be looking to better utilise existing vacant space, which is where I've placed the emphasis in reaching this recommendation. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. I'll make my comments, and they won't be dissimilar to the next article on Poole Quay. There are a number of empty units from 70 square metres to 7,000 square metres available. They've been available for a considerable time. They are currently boarded up, and I might add, in such a manner that is detrimental to the area and to their letting and sale. Those boarded up include those in a dimly lit passageway, and to the rear of the property, an unattractive service road. These units, in my view, are not conducive to retail success. They might suit office accommodation or even a nightclub, but that would be unacceptable and highly questionable. I believe that the officer's report should be supported and fully supported. I think it's a pragmatic solution to a difficult situation and would generate much needed income at a time when pool rates are due to rise to offset reductions elsewhere. So I will support this application in full.
Thank you. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a relatively minor application, and it's an absolute disgrace, for anybody that's been involved, including me in my last role as a pool councillor, that this has been in the state it is for 16 years. I think we need to. I think it's been a really useful application because it really highlights how we've all got to come together and really look at ways we can genuinely regenerate this area. There's a responsibility to do that because this area of Poole should be fantastic, and it isn't, and we need to do something about it. And it sounds like we've got somebody we could work with to discuss that. So of course this application should be supported. I put my hand up because I wanted to speak effectively against the temporary nature of the application. I originally had some sympathy with that, but effectively this application isn't going to be the most commercial use for the landlord, so they'll be able to mitigate that through length of their lease. If they won't give somebody a 10-year lease on that, if it's going to effectively mess up other leases. So I just don't see it doesn't achieve anything to do that. And if the market hasn't come back in that 5 years, we haven't done anything because we'd grant this again. So I would speak against the temporary piece. Councillor Howell said it would compromise negotiations. It wouldn't. It's a planning permission. Doesn't mean anything has to enact on it. They're sat 5 metres, 5 feet away from each other. We can have a negotiation shortly. Councillor Howell, you obviously you don't need any advice from me, I'm sure. But advice I'm going to give is, if I wanted to go and negotiate with somebody about spending £1.2 million worth of public money, I wouldn't start with admonishing them about not putting windows in just so they could pay business rates when nobody's rented out any of those units for 16 years. I don't think that's very helpful or becoming of your position. But I do support this application.
Councillor Kelsey.
Thank you, Chairman. All I was going to say was we see it in every high street now, lots of empty shops. They're taken over by coffee shops, barbers, things like that. Now, if they didn't do that, the high streets would be dead and buried. And it's the same with this. If something doesn't go in there, it's got no chance of ever becoming anything. So I'm quite happy to move the officer's recommendation without a temporary limit on it, because I just don't think that is the right thing to do. As Mr Evans quite rightly said, if somebody comes along, as Councillor Bartlett said, if it suddenly takes off and a decent retail unit wants to come in there, that storage unit's going to be out the window and it's going to become another retail unit. So I'm quite happy to move without a temporary data, please. Thank you.
So we have two moves forward, one from Councillor Trent. Thank you. I just refer to Mrs. Barrable. We'd have a vote on the first move, and then if that falls, we'd vote on the second. Yeah.
Yes, Chairman. I think if you've had a motion that's original motion that was seconded, then you'll hear that one, and then depending on what happens with that one, you go to the second motion.
Chair, I'm not sure that the first one was actually a move.
That was my confusion, Chairman, that I didn't actually realise that there had been a motion.
Oh, I thought you moved it, Councillor Trent. Was I wrong?
I proposed it subject to it being seconded. I can't actually remember whether anyone seconded it.
And then Councillor Hall seconded it.
Yes, but you know, I would continue to put that forward initially, and then obviously, you know, if it falls, then it, you know.
So we vote on the amendment. If that falls, we'll go to the original.
Chairman, could we just clarify, there was a specific period mentioned? Was it 3 years or 5 years? So Chairman, it seems that the motion is to grant permission for a temporary period of 5 years.
So,
if I may, so if that passes, we don't go on to the second, amendment. So you couldn't. No, fine, okay.
And equally, Chair, if it fails, it's not a refusal. It's merely on the amendment. You move on to the second one.
Councillor Hall, did you?
Yes, please. Under the circumstances and after hearing everybody else, I'm happy not to second that because I can see the point of having it as a permanent one.
So if we don't have a seconder for that, I'll go straight to the motion. Yeah. So we'll vote on granting the application. So all those in favour? Those against? Those abstaining? Thank you. So now we're moving on to units D19 and D20 of Dolphin Quay. We have already been through a lot of the similar points, so can I ask you to be succinct and keep to the point? Thank you. We have Mr. Sprackling.
Chairman, can the case of
Sorry.
Okay, yeah, so moving on to a second application, which is the units D19 and D20. D19 has permitted use for A2, and D20 has permitted use for A1. So these units are underneath the multi-storey car park that is on the road adjacent to the mall, which is known as Fisherman's Road. In the left picture, they are the blue units that you can see. Opposite them are the backs of the units that we saw in the previous presentation that front the mall. Okay, so again, I'm recommending permission for this scheme. It is to have 2 parking spaces within unit D20 and 4 parking spaces within unit D19. This is essentially an additional 6 spaces with underneath what is an existing multi-storey car park of 122 spaces. And again, I've suggested that this is better utilising vacant space. And the applicant has advised us this the feedback they are receiving is that this should enhance the offerings they can give to new prospective tenants. Again, on your addendum sheet, you would have received a more tightly worded condition requiring the parking to be for commercial tenants or residents of Dolphin Quays. The original, I think, as we heard from Councillor Stribley, the original scheme had a major parking shortfall So an additional 6 in the 122 space car park felt acceptable. In terms of its appearance, obviously the blue hoarding would be removed, and then a new screen added to D19 to screen some of the cars being parked, albeit that parked cars are not common in the prevalence in the area. In terms of highway safety, pedestrian visibility displays are provided, and Fisherman's Road is a relatively low-speed road. So much of the same arguments apply as before, and I'm recommending this one for approval as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have Mr. Sprackling speaking. You're not going to speak? Okay, thank you. Ms. Lawrence, are you speaking on this?
Thank you. I won't repeat my previous comments. I'll keep this, but just to outline some additional context to this parking proposal. These units, as has been stated, they're under a multi-storey car park. They're not in the Mall area. They don't face anything. Very, very limited footfall, and I'm not sure how you'd ever get footfall back there, if I'm honest. There's always a need for more car parking. We've lost a number of potential tenants due to the lack of car parking provision at the site. As your officer's report rightly states, there was a major shortfall in the spaces when the original Dolphin Quay permission was granted. This is simply only 6 additional spaces, but it could be the difference in someone taking one of the other vacant units, as we will hopefully, and it will hopefully enhance the market attractiveness by removing the boards and creating an active space and frontage, which will again lift the appearance and fill. We have made changes to the layout to ensure safe entry and exit to the parking bays. Your highways officer has confirmed that this is acceptable, and again we've had no objections from any of the tenants or residents at the site, and we've committed to carrying out all the external works to match the existing material to ensure there's no detrimental impact on the conservation area. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Howell, do you want to?
Thank you, Chair. Just add a few points that are different. Yeah, I mean, it is obviously a massively ill-conceived scheme, generally hated building in Poole. And one wonders, I mean, I understand, I'm starting to be corrected that Councillor Stribley actually approved it on Planning Committee originally. But the issue is that if these units are going to come into play, there needs to be a critical mass of them. They're never going to be commercially very viable. They're kind of break-even units that could be used for community and art space. And if they're animated in that way, there's enough units at the moment to make that work. Take away, these units, and that becomes increasingly less viable, and it's increasingly less likely that we will use the money from the bids we have in that area. There are other choices in the high street area where we can use that money. It's ironic that these units are, are now being fitted out, at the points when they're just going to be made in other use or adapted. So they, in this case, this one's not going to be fitted out. It's going to have some kind of ugly screening to screen cars. It's just a massively retrograde step. In terms of parking, I think this committee needs to recognise that if we have to build tens of thousands of new homes across this conurbation over the next 30 years by government regulation, and they're not going to have the kind of parking that some people on this committee seem to want. We have to make these areas, community areas, places where people will get to sustainably. If this was going to be passed, I would suggest that there should be a condition on it that all other on surface parking across the Dolphin Quays estate should be not allowed. Basically, if you they're conveniently taking photographs with no parking there, but on most days you will go round the back of there. And the kind of paved areas which are adjacent to the units at the back there, adjacent to the back areas, and the streets back are all parked up with cars already, which it further, inhibits it being a nice place and a place that people would want to walk around. So yes, I mean, the officer suggests that some of that parking will transfer into these units. What I would suggest is that actually it's just, and I think the applicant has just suggested it's going to create more parking, and the parking on the surface areas will remain. It's just a massively, in my opinion, a massively retrograde step to load more parking into this area, reduce the critical mass of these units, and it's just going to make it more likely that they will remain empty in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kelsey.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the idea of changing these into parking spaces, with them being allocated to possible new people that want to come in there, is an extremely good move, not a retrograde move. It certainly will help people to transfer their goods. They're very small units, the ones that are there, so if I worked from home and I was taking one of those units, I'd need to transport them, not the sort of thing you can get on the back of a bicycle. And whilst I understand that as a council we're trying to go much more green, we still have to deal with what's going on today, as well as worry about what's going on tomorrow. And at this moment in time, we do not have a great transport system in this borough, in this area, for everyone to get around without the use of their own cars. It may be a wish for us to achieve in the future, but we can't wait for that to happen. We still have to deal with what's going on today, tomorrow and next week. So in my opinion, the idea of changing these into car parking spaces for the units is the perfect use for those two sites, and we'll fully support and move the officer's recommendation on this one. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Is that a move? So we do have a... just hear Councillor Bartlett first.
Thank you, Chair. The freeholder has just told us that actually having additional parking spaces for potential customers, users of the retail units, will attract new people into the retail units. On the other hand, as I understand it, these car parking slots will only be used for the residents or the retail users. It's not general parking for the public. So I think Councillor Howes' argument that he wants these retail units to be used, but he doesn't want to allow the company to make provision to attract people, is a completely counter-argument. That's the way I see your argument, I'm afraid. I also do not accept that the members of this committee generally seem to be oblivious of the issues around car parking. When we make our decisions on parking, it's done in accordance with the parking policies that we have to adhere to. That's what we use, not our opinions. We use what's in the supplementary parking document. So I've actually no problems with this application. It's an absolute no-brainer for me, and I certainly will support it. And I would propose, actually, that it be granted if it's not already been.
It's certainly been proposed and seconded. I'm not entirely sure who first, but so if we can move to the vote on. So it's been proposed by Councillor Kelsey, seconded by Councillor Bartlett. Okay. All those in favour, please show.
That's unanimous, Chair.
Thank you. The next application we have is Lake Road.
Chairman, thank you. Internal alterations, lock conversion and dormer windows to what is currently a bungalow at 148 Lake Road. Just to help you orientate yourselves, Hamworthy, extreme western side of the borough, Pool Quay in the bottom right-hand corner of the photograph, so Hamworthy and the bridges in the bottom right-hand corner of the photograph. You can see the start off to the left of that. So the suburban area of Hamworthy, with the very prominent gated marina community of Morriconium Quay immediately to the west of of the application site and to the rear of it. Sharon, the Lake Road is very much varied in the street scene, mixture of 1 and 2 story houses, quite a range of architectural styles, quite a range of materials, and the buildings date from quite a range of periods, so very mixed in terms of the architectural character, no single unifying character. 148, the bungalow in question, highlighted in the plan with the white arrow, one of a row of bungalows, but in as you've just seen on the previous scheme, one of a building in a very mixed frontage. The proposal before you today is to go from a hipped fronted bungalow to gables, front and rear, with dormer windows on either side elevation. There is already an extant permission that in most respects already includes all of those provisions, which takes the roof to the same height, which includes the gables, front and rear, and which puts dormer windows to both side elevations. The key difference is the size of the dormers, and I will come back to that. But the proposal before you today in terms of the 2 dormer windows, which are, let me use the pen, dormer windows to either side, to one side incorporating a window serving a staircase to a landing, on the other dormer, the larger dormer, serving 2 ensuite ensuite bathrooms, and a secondary window to a bedroom. The principal window to the bedroom being on the front elevation, but just to make that point, that is a second window to the bedroom, and that is pertinent because all of the windows outlined in red on that drawing are covered by the condition in your papers to be obscure glazed. And at that point, I draw your attention to the slight amendment to the wording of the obscure glazed condition so that it ties in more closely with our normal standard condition about obscure glazing, which references the Pilkington textured glass scale. As I say, there is a history to this, and there is some confusion in the representations made about the status of the or how we've arrived at the application we've got today. The left-hand side of those 3 roof plans highlights the 2 dormer windows as already approved. So the left-hand window there, as we look at it, with the 2 ensuite bathrooms, ensuite bathrooms within it. The smaller dormer to the right, let me just highlight with this. Sorry, we can't, for some reason we're not able to use the cursor on these today, for those of you excuse me, who have your backs to the screen. So slightly larger dormer with the 2 with the en-suites, the dormer window opposite with the landing and the with the landing window. The proposal that you have before you today, slightly longer dormer window, which incorporates the additional space within the bedroom. Let me just go back to that. So that elongation of the dormer to incorporate that additional space on the bedroom. And the right hand of the dormer is slightly longer because of a slightly longer landing. There's reference in the reports to the refused application. Let me just clarify that. That version with the even longer side dormer has never been subject to scrutiny in terms of its merit. It was refused as a non-material amendment solely on the technicality that that was the wrong kind of application for to submit that level of alteration on. A non-material amendment is an amendment to a previously approved scheme that is inconsequential. It's similar in virtually all respects. It is of no consequence. And the judgment that was therefore required on the non-material amendment application was this of no consequence, trivial, insignificant? And the judgment was that the move from this approved dormer window to that proposed dormer window went far beyond what was inconsequential and of no significance, and therefore it was refused for that. No judgment was made about its merits, solely the mechanics of that process. As a result of that being declined as a non-material amendment, the application that the application before you today is the response, and which is what we're now being asked to consider. So to go back to how does this differ from the previously approved scheme? Left-hand side, the approved version, right-hand side, the proposal before you today. If I can just again highlight the slight increase in the length of this dormer, the additional space that's been added into the bedroom there, the slight deepening, about half a metre deeper to accommodate this and to increase the size of the 2 ensuite bathrooms, and a slight increase on the right-hand side there to increase the size of the landing beyond what was previously approved. So there are two tests here, if you like. There is the comparative test and the absolute test. Comparative to the previous scheme, it's slightly bigger. It will have slightly more impact on the street scene. In absolute terms, however, the scheme remains entirely and wholly acceptable, and the recommendation, Chairman, before you is that planning permission should be granted. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Mr. Kane and Ms. Weldon speaking in opposition, please. Okay, you have 5 minutes in total. So.
I hope you've all had opportunity to view this area. So why do I and many of my neighbours object to this application? Because the proposed dormers are dominating and overpowering. If this is an example of good design, then it falls well short of the mark. It is effectively a huge box plonked onto the roof. The planning assessment totally fails to mention the rear gable that has a clear glazed window that will totally overlook our garden and sun lounge, resulting in zero privacy. The design does not enhance the property and gives no thought to the character of the road or surrounding properties, whereas the newest development, Lake Farm Cottages, at least complements the farmhouse and the cottages alongside, as does the roof extension at 151. This design does not in the slightest. To quote the Society of Poole, who along with numerous neighbours have objected to this application, it is accepted that change happens. Housing densities must increase to preserve the green belt. However, it is important to maintain and enhance the character and feel of the town so as to ensure it continues to develop as one of the best places to live in the UK. So why have they objected? Because the bulk and mass of the dormers and the design does not contribute positively to the local character of the road and gives no consideration to the privacy and amenity of the neighbours. How long will it be before a fourth application is made asking to enlarge the dormers again for an additional side-facing window to bedroom number 4, and then an application for a relaxation order to get the obscure glass changed to clear? If approved, not only will it have a devastating effect on our privacy, but it will set a precedent for further overdevelopment and eyesores within the area. I urge you to refuse this application. Thank you.
You've heard, Chair, from Mrs Weldon regarding the real on-the-ground impact of this development. Councillor White has made representations, as have 12 local households and the Society of Poole. It is accepted that there is a consent for a loft conversion at the property, but please consider the increase in the scale of the dormer and the impact this will have on a street scene at number 150. I trust from your site visit that you have noted that number 148 is within a row of about 8 bungalows. This will be the first significant first floor addition in the row, and as such its impact is exacerbated. The approved dormer covers 38% of the south-facing roof. The proposed dormer extension covers 59% of the south-facing roof, so it's quite a significant increase. The extensions will be lopsided and have a discordant feel in the street scene. The whole scheme does not reflect the character of the area due to the unacceptable bulk and massing. The increase in the bulk and massing, that is. In terms of the impact on 150, bedroom 3 on the plans is essentially the master bedroom, and so the south-facing window will be used daily. The use of obscure glazing on all 3 south-facing windows proves that the applicant accepts there is a problem with overlooking and privacy. Is it really good planning practice and design to install an obscure glazed window on a master bedroom? A south-facing one at that. The north-facing windows of 150 sit cheek by jowl, and as soon as the obscure glazed windows are opened, their usefulness is lost. There will be an oppressive feel from the outlook of the north-facing windows of 150, which will now view in effect 2 stories of accommodation at point-blank range. This proposal is in clear conflict with PP27 and the provisions of the MPPF. It does not reflect or enhance the pattern of development in the area, and a bulk massing and visual impact of additional dormer window causes harm. That's 1A of policy PP27. 1C of the same policy considers oppressive development and loss of privacy when the windows are open and loss of amenity. It is also the future occupiers of 148 that needs to be considered too, of course. In addition, criteria 2 of the policy is contravened as the design fails to relate to the character of the area and the existing building. I feel is enough to allow you to refuse permission, Chair. If you haven't visited the property from 150, I would urge you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe we have a written statement from Councillor White.
Dear colleagues, my apologies for not being able to attend in person due to an unavoidable diary clash. I asked for this application to be considered by the committee for a number of reasons. 1. The proposed dormer is far too large and the side windows cause overlooking of numbers 146 and 150. 2. Other loft conversions in the road are much smaller and less overbearing. 3. Overall, this development is out of character with the area. It is significant that there are 16 letters of objection on the planning file, including an objection from the Society of Poole. I urge members to reject this application, but if members are minded to approve it, I would urge them to visit the site and see it for themselves, the negative effect that this would have on the small row of bungalows. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak? Councillor O'Neill.
Yeah, I'd just like to comment. I have visited this location twice in the last week, and I'm of mind to agree with Councillor White's comments and also the objectors. I do find that the proposed development in its question of mass is quite significantly different to those in the immediate surrounds and does actually detract from the potential of the cottages or bungalows either side by quite a number. So I personally will move to reject this.
Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I have great sympathy and understanding of the residents' concern and their objections. But unfortunately, I think the horse has bolted on this one because it's the basic principle of the dormers and the size of them that have already been basically agreed. This is just an alteration to something that's already been agreed, and there's no going back from that. This sort of development in the roof spaces, particularly along this line of bungalows, is particularly bad because it will be the first one in the row, which does look a very nice, and so in my view it would be incongruous, but it actually it's got permission, so we can only base our decision on that basis. But it's one of these things where you've seen so many bungalows now, even under permitted development, allowing that kind of sideward facing dormers. It's happening all over the place, and they look horrible. Most people would say aesthetically, architecturally, they look awful. But under permitted development, you're allowed to do it. And so it's one of the things that the planning officers have to deal with, that it's very difficult for them to object to that kind of design when they know full well that a slightly smaller development may be allowed under permitted development. But in this case, it's the issues are compounded because there's already a planning consent in place. So this is just what is effectively a fairly minor change to a consent that's already been granted. And so there's no coming back from that, I'm afraid, and I really do understand the position that the arguments you put forward. But I personally can't see any material planning grounds to not approve this at this point. Much as I regret having to do that, I would have to support the application.
Chairman, having heard some of the comments, it does occur to me that one of the points about subsequent changes and permitted development, and having regard to that, and having heard some of the concerns, I think it would be appropriate for us to, for me to now add another condition to the recommendation before you for consideration, which would be that permitted development rights in respect of any further or future alterations to the roof be removed on any permission that you might now be inclined to give. That would give, I think, a degree of comfort to residents about subsequent changes to under permitted development without the need for those applications to be the subject of further applications. So, Chairman, if I can formally add that to the recommendation that PD for further alterations to the roof be removed as part of this recommendation. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chairman. Taking on the point about the overlooking to the side, condition 2 makes reference that they will be obscure glass, but they can either be fixed light or hung in a way to prevent, in effect, opening. Could the officer just elaborate on that, please?
Chairman, as I alluded to, and the reason I was very specific on, let's just try and get this to work. The reason I was being very specific about the fact that the window at the side elevation to the principal bedroom. Oops, not getting there. So again, this is the large bedroom. Principal window in the rear elevation, but a secondary window where it was the sole window to a bedroom, we would not wish to see it fixed shut or obscure glaze. Here there's an opportunity to have additional light and possibly high level ventilation into the room without creating any overlooking to the side. So there would be an overlooking from there because of the condition. Similarly, on suites, you wouldn't expect there to be anything other than obscure glaze, but it is secured by the condition. And again, the element of the condition says shall not be negated by means of opening would involve normally either restricted opening or high-level opening, or opening in a manner that doesn't mean that it will give rise to anything other than very, very light overlooking. And similarly, because the windows in the other dormer are both to non-habitable floor space, to the staircase and to the landing, no reason whatsoever to, again, have issues with them being obscure glazed, non-opening or opening to a level that wouldn't give rise to any problems. None of those will cause conflict with colleagues in terms of any other requirements. Sometimes there's an issue about non-opening windows and means of escape from first floor. Again, in each of these instances, there is an opportunity to find alternative means of escape, so that can be addressed. So I suppose in conclusion, I would suggest that as so much as it's possible to do so, the issue of overlooking and loss of privacy has been taken away by the revised version of Condition 2 in the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Stripley.
I do understand the neighbours' concerns, and I think we are all concerned when there's change in our immediate environment. However, there is another property, I don't remember it's 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 further down, a similar bungalow, which actually already has 2 very long dormers on each side of it. And I don't think the street scene we had there helps very much at all. As you say, the windows in the what's probably the eastern elevation are to a staircase and a landing, and largely they're looking over the roof of the neighbouring property at 148, I think, and I don't anticipate that would cause any particular problem. Those to the bedrooms, bathrooms, whatever, the en-suites, and to the master bedroom on the western elevation, actually when you look at the street plan on page 73, you can actually see they're overlooking the roof of the neighbouring property and not straight down into private garden space and so on. So whilst I do very much understand the concerns about the changes, I actually can't see a planning reason to refuse it on this one. And particularly there is a very similar development already happened, 4, 5 or 6 properties further towards the harbour.
Are you making a proposal there, Councillor? Okay, so we have a proposal that's been seconded. All those, the proposal is to grant the application.
Sorry, Chairman, I think Councillor O'Neill was actually saying during his speech that he was not in support of this application.
I said I'm not in support, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Were you making a move to that effect then?
Not at that stage.
Okay.
Well, I'll propose
Otherwise I would have done.
grant, Chairman.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've got a second.
Yeah, I'm seconding.
Right, so we have a move to grant the application proposed by Councillor Stripley. Yeah, that's been and seconded by Councillor Kelsey. All those in favour?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
All those against?
1.
All those abstaining? 2.
2, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the last application of the day, 37 Thorncombe Close, with Ms Robson again.
Right, okay, last one. 37 Thorncombe Close, householder planning application to increase the roof height to provide a bathroom and 2 additional bedrooms. We are up in Camford Heath here on Thorncombe Close, which these properties specifically back onto Culliford Crescent. We can see here that number 37 is a mid-terrace property in a row of 4 properties. And then opposite the site, we've got the petrol station at the Asda supermarket, and then obviously the rest of the Asda site with the other retail and pub provisions over there. It is a 1980s residential estate with similar uniform design of two-storey terrace and semi-detached properties throughout. Some site visit photos for you here. Its frontage is looking into the Thorncombe Close estate, highlighted on the bottom. At the top left, you've got the row of terraces taken from the just outside the Asda complex, and then at the top right, the side elevation of the terrace block. So to begin by way of planning history, at the top you've got the existing row of 4 terraces with the end terrace property having its door on the side, just to avoid any confusion there. The bottom shows what was dismissed at appeal. The full inspector's report was circulated with the papers, and just to highlight that the inspector concluded that the increase in height would appear incongruous and dominant. It would disrupt the rhythm of the terrace and result in a development that was out of keeping with the established character and appearance of the wider estate, particularly when viewed from Culliford Crescent. It would be introduce a strident feature that would significantly depart from the prevailing built form of the area and result in an awkward relationship with the terrace it forms part of. The scheme now is for a reduced height, but as you'll notice from my report, the conclusion is the same, that the proposed extension, by reason of its scale and height, would result in an awkward relationship with the terrace and result in incongruous development. The comparisons drawn in the applicant's submission to other stepped 2- and 3-storey developments were also raised at the appeal, and the inspector concluded that none of those examples were on this particular estate and that this didn't result in an inconsistent finding. So therefore, I've recommended refusal on the grounds that the proposed extension would be out of proportion with the remaining development and incongruous within the residential area. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Mr Isaacs who wishes to support, who wants to talk in support of the application?
Good afternoon. Our application seeks to raise the roof by 1 metre to accommodate a staircase and loft conversion, which will diversify the offer of housing in the community by adding a 4-bedroom affordable property. This house will allow our growing family to remain investing and living in the area that we've been in for 10 years. The 2018 local plan highlights that there is a need to provide homes suitable for families and also identifies acute affordability issues in Poole. Now, I'm sure you're aware that many people believe we're in the midst of a housing crisis, and a recent quote I heard in the media was that we need to deliver one house every 6 minutes to fulfil demand. We believe this proposal will have a positive impact upon the character of the street and the wider community. The investment we'll be making to improve our home and remain within the community will brighten up the area, which the local plan rather disparagingly labels a typical 1970s estate. To the rear of the property, as we've heard, Culford Crescent consists of 5 lanes of tarmac with 2 bus stops, the car park, petrol station and Asda supermarket beyond. The existing terrace turns its back on the street, and we hoped that increased positive overlooking of the area will help reduce antisocial behaviour. We seek to create a sustainable home which respects and enhances the appearance of the existing terrace with matching brick detailing and reused roof tiles. The proposal is 1.5 metres shorter than our previous refused application, which was only refused due to perceived harm to the character of the street scene. I would just like to ask, where will this harm come from and who will be affected by it? The previous decision highlights the fact that no unneighbourly overlooking will be caused and seems to suggest that the terrace and wider street scene need to be preserved as if it were a conservation area or a listed building. The same subjective reason for refusal is being suggested in response to this much reduced application, which obviously is addressing the comments on the previous application. Nearby in Caviteath, a development of 120 homes at Manick Way, accessed off Kellaway Road, was completed last year. It features several 2.5 and 3-storey townhouses within terraced rows, and if 3-storey townhouses are permitted for house builders within Caviteath, then I think the opportunity should be provided to householders with careful consideration of site-specific opportunities and constraints. It should also be noted that in recent years, a variety and scale in housing developments is often sought by planning authorities. This variety can clearly be seen on Manick Way, so to suggest that a different roof height will be detrimental to the character of Thorncombe Close is a contradiction. The government have just announced the proposed future change to planning policy to allow additional storeys to be added to family homes. The Housing Minister said this would make a real difference to families up and down the nation and give families the freedom they need to expand their homes without moving. No objections to either of our applications have been made, and we've received nothing but support from the local community. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have Councillor Matthews?
There we are. Thank you, Chair. First, I'd like to say that I'm happy to support this application. Mr Isaacs and his family have lived at 37 Thorncombe Close for the past 10 years, are part of the Caviteath community and want to be able to remain part of this. The vibrancy and longevity of our community relies on keeping young families on the heath. Ultimately, Mr Isaacs, through this application, is proposing a solution to enable his family to remain. This application has been carefully designed by Mr Isaacs so that it doesn't have any adverse impact on the area, including the street scene. As someone who lives in the next road and regularly walks past Mr Isaacs' property to access local amenities, I know this area well. This is not a conservation area. This is a row of late 20th century housing that backs onto a bus stop and is visible from the Asda petrol station. This will not have an adverse effect on the aesthetic value of the area. I'm sure people refuelling their cars or loading their shopping into their cars at the nearby Asda car park will not be too concerned. Moreover, there is evidence throughout Camperteve, which Mr Isaacs made reference to, of different heights of housing found within terraced rows. Additionally, Mr Isaacs' design incorporates replicating the existing brickwork. There will be no loss of car parking spaces or garden spaces. It was interesting this week at the party conference that the Housing Secretary announced plans to allow homeowners to add 2 storeys to their homes as part of the build-up, not out policy. While Mr Isaacs is not proposing 2 storeys, he is simply asking to increase his roof by 1 metre to provide a long-term family home so that his family can remain part of the Camperteve community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kelsey?
Thank you, Chairman. Whilst I totally sympathise with the applicant in wanting to keep his family in his own property, of course that may not be forever, and we could well end up with him moving out 3 weeks after the development is finished. Not that I'm sure he's likely to do that. We do have to look at what the appeal inspector stated on the previous application, and as the officer has quite rightly pointed out in her report, not much has changed apart from the slight reduction in the height of this. And this is a mid-terrace property, and I think maybe the neighbouring properties might feel a bit miffed about suddenly having something stuck in the middle that is higher than their own properties, not to mention the party war divisions and things like that. And although, as he states, there are properties in other roads, we are not talking about other roads, we are talking about the street scene in this particular road, and we have to take that into account. We can't take into account what's going on half a mile round the corner. And to that case, Chairman, I think that I will have to support the officer's recommendation in the fact that this is not acceptable for the street scene in that area.
Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's very interesting that the Minister should announce a new policy, but unfortunately it's not implemented yet. So, you know, whilst we understand what's likely to happen in the future, we can't really account for that at the moment in making our decision. What I would say is the difference between the examples you've used and this particular application is that the examples you've used are for new builds in the area where the whole site is designed to have different varying roof lines. But here we've got a very large development where the roof lines are the same or similar across the whole development, so the whole area is the same basically. So what you, if we were to agree this, we'd be saying, well, it's acceptable to have just one, and I think it would be the only one, in a very large area that would not be in keeping, and I think the term was the built form of the area, and it would be at variance with the built form of the general area. So in my view, it would look out of keeping with the whole area, and I don't think that would be right. And I also I agree with Councillor Kelsey, although the neighbours don't appear to have objected to this, I think that there would be some concern for neighbours about the impact a development of this sort would have on their property. I think most people living in a terrace would have some concern about that. But yeah, it really is an interesting one, because this may be the way that things will have to go in the future. But at the moment, I couldn't support this at the moment because we're not there yet in terms of policy. So I would have to agree with the officer's recommendation to refuse.
Any other comments, councillors?
Chairman, there be no other comments. I'll move the officer's recommendation.
So we have a move to refuse the application proposed by Councillor Kelsey and seconded by Councillor Bartlett. All those in favour of that motion, move. Against? Abstaining? So that application is refused.